Councillors, we actually have got quorum, so I'm going to ask those. Thank you. Councillor Best. Councillor Best, can you take your seat, because the very first item is 3.1 in your name. So are you moving that motion, Councillor Best? Sorry? Yes, it is. Page 40. You're moving it. Stratford. Councillor Vincent will be seconding. Thank you. Councillor Best, would you like to...
Just quickly, I'd like to thank the staff for all the work they've put in around this. This has been a huge process. The gallery has been packed here in previous meetings to echo to this council the importance of consulting the community and actually genuinely listening. What was proposed, this is a 54 dwelling development. It was a 114 unit development originally. That was rejected, but it came back at 54. It's a $10 million development, but it was going to come out, councillors, you'll recall, into a cul-de-sac, into a very small back street in Charmhaven, and they were going to have their lives completely changed. However, Mr Cox's department has listened to this. There's been so much discussion in the background, and this is one, Madam Mayor, of the good news stories that we do when we have to come back to something. But it would be so good if we didn't have to kind of come back and reconsider, as we see at the lectern tonight, all these people pleading for things to be different when we haven't got hold of our instruments and our controls properly that allow things to get into residential areas and other areas that are just totally inappropriate and non-compatible. So I think this is a good outcome. I think to go out the back of the shopping centre, it works. There was a lot of conjecture from the road people as to whether it would, but it really does work, I think, and it will be such a benefit to the community of particularly Oak Road and a few other minor streets in the background. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
1 minute and a half.
Just through you, Madam Mayor, just a really double check with the Director, Mr Cox. Page 49, there's a figure 6, current proposed site plan. So we're not planning on going up to Moala anymore, and we're not going out onto Oak. And we're going to come down there into Stratford.
Correct.
Although not the optimum option from the staff's perspective, but workable as far as traffic.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I never said it wasn't the optimal option for council staff. That council staff were just dealing with what was put before them. This redesign was put before them. There were some initial concerns that it may not work, but however, the relevant studies were done, the design was done, and the staff were satisfied with the relocation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I'm very happy to second this and to echo a bit of what Councillor Best has said. And I very rarely agree with some of what he says, but
I'm used to that.
When I think it's worth agreeing with, it is. But look, I really thank the staff for having a flexible approach to this and listening to the community on this. I really thank the community members who brought their concerns forward and had discussions in the chamber. Here, I think we can even thank the developer who was really flexible in listening to the community, bringing proposals back to the staff, and having an outcome that I hope is a win-win-win. And I'm sure if we get it wrong, the community will let us know. But it's satisfying when you can get council and the community, the staff and developers working together to an outcome which people can live with. So I'll leave it at that. And there's a minute. Thank you.
Councillor Greenaway.
I just had a question. Remember there was some issues around the car parking. I just wondered if that was resolved or put in the plan of management, or it was going to happen. Was that part of this motion?
Around car parking.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the option, Councillor Greenaway, the option was put up that councillors could include that additional condition as part of the conditions of consent. I think it may be up on the screen now.
So would the movers of the motion accept that? Because I didn't see it in there, so I just didn't know whether it was another process that had to be done.
So, that was the motion that you've moved.
Oh,
Yes, correct.
the
So
one in
you're-
yellow. And another question. Sorry, was there?
No, I appreciate there's devil in detail. Could Mr. Cox explain to us exactly what that possibly means and what might be embedded in that? And we haven't consulted the applicant, and we're doing this at the last minute. And I was going to waive my right of reply.
It was circulated today, Councillor Best.
Well, what does it mean? What's its implications?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, my interpretation of it is that it will just be a bylaw that would be introduced into the community management statement that would identify to all residents that live in the complex that there is to be no stacked parking within driveways.
We had, if I may ask further, we had this discussion before, and how would one enforce that when we create a wonderful council bylaw? Who's the Officer for Stacked Parking Authorities here? The Minister, yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the principal enforcement for that would be, first of all, the Community Management Corporation or committee. Depending on what the success they have with that in communicating with all the residents that are a party to the community management plan, it then may become an enforcement matter for Central Coast Council. However, council powers may be limited in terms of issuing any fines or any further enforcement because they may be legally parked in accordance with any road rules. However, it may be a breach of consent if it is identified in the community management plan. So,
And who's responsible then if it's a breach of consent?
it'd fall back to council.
So rangers could go on the premises and potentially, hypothetically, fine people.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the rangers don't normally go out and enforce the conditions of consent. It would be a compliance matter, but it initially would start off with communication with the Community Management Corporation to identify that there has been a breach brought to their attention.
What would a breach look like when it's giving them a right to park in their stacked parking? Like if it was a prohibition on it, sure, you would go out and find a car that's parked where it shouldn't be, but how do you find a car that isn't where it could be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Greenaway, I don't understand the question.
Well,
if you could...
what would you be policing at this point? Because this is giving a right to residents to park in the stacked parking arrangement. So if they park that way, then the rangers don't have to go and do any enforcement action for something they are doing. So
My understanding is that the bylaw is to stop stacked parking. I could be corrected on that, though.
no, the purpose was to permit stacked parking so they didn't have to park on the roads.
But it's private property.
Well, just when this whole thing started, I raised the point that sometimes, and the particular example was a strata, I know the difference, but we were told that, or some places they say you can't park in a stacked parking arrangement. And for this one of the concerns raised by the community when I went to the site inspection was that they were concerned about parking. So I asked, and I even asked as you might remember, a councillor request, whether this could be something that could be resolved in the plan of management or the community management statement. So that's saying protects the right of residents to park in a stacked parking arrangement. So I don't understand what Councillor Best is finding objectionable
Well, Madam
about
Mayor,
that.
I just got a nod from the applicant saying it is private property, so there's no point in all this. It's private property and they can do what they like on it. So I don't want to complicate it. I'd like us to get home, and I'm happy with the original motion, and if there's no opposition, I'll forego my right of reply.
Well, strata is private property. That's irrelevant. Oh, well, I'll just move it as an amendment. No, we won't. I don't need to talk on it. It's quite obvious what I'm trying to do.
Councillor Greenway, you move that way?
Yeah, just the other
Yep.
two items stay in there, so it's a...
Yeah, it'll be all of that plus yours. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Sundstrom? Would it be?
Sorry, Hogan. It was meant to be...
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, it wasn't
Retract.
meant to be. She would
Redact.
like to be. It's her ward.
Councillor Hogan? All right, Councillor Greenway, do you want to speak to it?
No, but I have another question. The other thing residents asked about at the site visit was the drainage infrastructure at the intersection of Oak Road and Marinda Avenue. I just wondered if there was anything we can tell them about that through you, Madam Mayor. Have we got any good news? Is there anything proposed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Greenaway, I'll defer to Mr Andrew Roach, who was out on the site inspection.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, we have followed that up with both residents and internally with the relevant people of the council to have those drainage issues looked at and rectified.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't need to speak on it. It was really good to go to that and see the people and feel that they were being their views were being considered. So I move that way. Did you want to?
Councillor Vincent?
No, it's you. Oh, Councillor Vincent's going to speak.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question for you to Councillor Greenaway. You're at the site inspection and residents were asking the parking. Can you just explain what difference
Sometimes when you have these developments and there's an additional, 54 homes, if there isn't sufficient parking within the development, those people will park their cars out on the roadway. So adjoining neighbours were saying we're worried about the extra parking that will be taken up by these residents. So they asked if they could park behind their garage. And quite often these types of places will prohibit people parking behind their garage in a stacked arrangement. So not everyone will do it. Not everyone has to do it, but it's just something that it means you won't have people coming along saying you have to move your car and you're not allowed to park there.
So this amendment, thank you, Madam Mayor, is just to allow people to park in front of the garage in front of their unit.
Yes, that's all. And they don't have to. It's not a positive, it's not a direction that they must.
There's room for a car to be there and everything else to pass and everything? Or?
Where it would be. I'm pretty sure that's what they said at the last one. They wouldn't park there if they're on the road. Then it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Cox. Sorry to put you on the spot, but if someone was parked in front of their own roller door, can traffic, in your view, still navigate the area?
They have to be in compliance with the road rules.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might just call upon Mr Andrew Roach, who crafted the suggested condition for the councillors, because I'm getting a little bit lost here, because I think my understanding of the intention was that the initial issue was that there may have been concerns that other residents or visitors from other developments may park to block residents in their own driveways or garages. But I'll just defer to Mr Roach.
Excuse me. Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, I guess the first point to make is that the development complies completely with parking requirements as it stands without use of the driveway. So that's the first point. And for that reason, council staff did not recommend that this condition be put on there. The second point, and taking from what Councillor Greenaway said about the issues of in community titled development, would sometimes pass a bylaw restricting parking locations. I think the concern was that if a person wanted to park in front of their own garage on their own driveway, a bylaw may be passed to within the community title statement preventing that, and that's why the condition was drafted and given to councillors as an option. However, when the developer spoke at the last council meeting, which I think was September the 9th from memory, he indicated that the driveways would actually be as part of the lot, so that the owner of excuse me, each individual dwelling would also own that small part of the driveway out the front of their garage, so that it would not be an issue from his point of view. I guess from council staff point of view, the proposed amendment would be not necessarily and a bit superfluous, but if you wanted to have that surety that the community title statement did not prevent parking in front of the garages, councillors could impose that condition.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I think what the amendment is saying is that people or residents can park in front of the garage in their unit. And the question I had was, if you park an average normal car there, is there enough room in between the garages and the rolled footpath, the rolled gutter, for normal traffic to pass? Would there be enough room for an average car to park?
Yes, there would be.
Thank you.
No, sorry. Councillor Hogan?
That's okay.
You just turned yours off. Are you speaking?
Oh, I will now. Second chance around. Look, I just want to rise to speak about this for 20 seconds. One is, we've been around the world in 1,500 days with this developer, from Oaks Avenue to Moala Parade to Stratford, and I think we've landed on a really good place where the community's happy, the trees are happy, so we're taking out far less trees than we were going to, and I think we've come to a good solution, and I agree with Councillor Vincent, and we've got to thank the developer for that, because we haven't seen that much change for a while. So well done to the community and the advocacy behind that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I will now put the amendment as moved by Councillor Greenway, seconded by Councillor Hogan. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Matthews. All those against. Councillor Best, Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burt, Councillor Marquette. I declare the motion carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. All those... Yeah, sorry? Oh, so I declare the amendment carried. So now it becomes a motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 3.3, in the name of Councillor Greenaway. Councillor Greenaway moved it. Actually, she's actually the one who was calling it.
Thank you. And I do have an alternate
I'll
motion
get
that
you
I've sent to the staff.
Councillor Burt, she has started. So Councillor
previously
Greenaway
indicated
has
that I
started the motion, so I'll allow you to be second to the motion if you like.
No, I don't want to second it, but on my paper it wasn't. It was only as per the staff recommendation.
Oh. Okay, no. On my run sheet it was Councillor Greenaway
Yeah, it's
start
in the run sheet.
debate.
But there's an alternate motion, staff.
Councillor Greenaway, can you read out the motion, please?
Oh, it's very long. Oh, this is it. It's up there now. So I have sent it through to everyone. I don't know if everyone had time to read it.
Madam Mayor, could I foreshadow, please?
Sure.
And as per the staff
Sorry, I've got it.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Burt. Councillor Greenaway. So can you just read the motion out? Because it's totally different.
Oh,
So you need to read your motion now.
well, okay.
Yep. She's gonna... Do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor McGregor? Councillor Greenaway?
That Council refused DA 171/2019 on the following grounds. The application does not comply with the Water Management Act 2000 and the Water Management Regulation 2018 in that development activities are located within waterfront land, in that the asset protection zone is located within the bank of a fourth order stream. Such land use is prohibited in the bed or bank of a stream, and the dwelling is located between 6 and 15 metres from the top of a bank of a fourth order stream. The required distance from the top of the bank is 40 metres for a fourth order stream. Next point, the application does not comply with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 in that it does not recognise or adequately assess the potential direct and indirect impacts on the natural environment. Next dot point, the application does not comply with the Biodiversity Conservation Act 2016 and the Biodiversity Conservation Regulation 2017 in that the asset protection zone is located within the mapped biodiversity values layer, and thus the biodiversity offset scheme is triggered, requiring the preparation of a biodiversity development assessment report in accordance with the Biodiversity Assessment Method 2017. No such assessments have been provided. The flora assessment provided as supporting documentation does not comply with the biodiversity assessment requirements, as it does not adequately consider fauna, fails to recognise native vegetation as anything other than trees, does not demonstrate how biodiversity impacts have been avoided, and does not properly assess the full range of direct and potential indirect impacts, such as failure of the effluent disposal area. Next dot point, the application does not comply with Wyong DCP 2013 in that the proposed effluent disposal areas are located within 9 and 22 metres from the top of the bank watercourse, while the control calls for a distance of 100 metres. The variation of 91 metres or 91% is deemed a high-risk on-site system, and the required side setbacks for an effluent disposal area are not observed. The proposed 1.5 metre setback has the potential to significantly impact on the neighbour's amenity. Next dot point, the application is not in the public interest in that it will create an expectation that similar non-compliance with Council's planning controls is acceptable, and that an unacceptable potential for impacts to important and sensitive environments. 2, that Council requests that any proposed outcome as a result of any mediation process be referred to Council for approval.
So now would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I did have quite a bit of information, but now that we're limited to 2 minutes, I would just say that the consultant that was engaged by the near neighbours has provided dozens of written and oral expert evidence in Land and Environment Court proceedings. So that's dozens of times in dozens of matters. So it's not as though it's someone, Googling information and then pretending that it's factual and current. So I do think, rather than try to debate the legal issues and the matters pertaining to various bits of legislation, I think we should perhaps just look at what is going on here. So on the one hand, we have an applicant who is seeking multiple variations from planning controls. If their DA is refused, they are not disadvantaged. They can still use their land as exactly as they could before. At the time they purchased the land, whether it be flood affected, bushfire affected, constrained by steepness, issues with erosion, existence of threatened species, whether there's specific zoning constraints or other legislative constraints, they are generally aware of those at the time they purchased the property. So now that they have the property, they're seeking, as I say, multiple variations from planning controls. On the other hand are neighbours and the broader community. If the DA is approved, their lifestyle will be impacted. In all likelihood, the use of their property will change. They haven't sought any variations from planning laws. They are simply asking us as their representatives to enforce the planning laws. If they are left to fight to protect their own interest in the Land and Environment Court, I think that would be a great disservice to them. Also, I think it would set a terrible precedent for people. Often we're told, oh, look, DAs are assessed on their merits, so approving non-complying development won't set a precedent. Yet here we have something from a speaker for item 3.6 tonight. My property is surrounded by extremely large retirement villages. There is a precedent for residential on the property. That's precisely what people do. Every time something changes, they say it's a precedent for more. So I
Sorry,
think
Councillor Greenaway, your 2 minutes is up.
Oh, heavens.
Sorry,
okay,
thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support Councillor Greenaway and second the resolution. All the various technical information is on the board in front of you. I would like to put on the record that this has been one of the most vexing and difficult DAs that we've had to come and assess. I remember when I got the first call about this a couple of weeks ago, and I was told there was a granny flat that had 100 objections to it, and I was actually with a couple of the other councillors and some staff, and they were all in disbelief as to that occurring. But when you do dig down and you do look into the details, there are significantly contrasting points of view, and there are significant issues and problems with this mooted and potential development, which I think from assessing the information of both the professional staff and the community members who have contacted me or bothered to engage me with this, it does seem like there are other options for this to proceed, and much better options in terms of the alternative sites. The impact will not be known until it either goes ahead or how we go forward from here. However, I think if you can see all the information in front of you, read all the various reports and engage with the information, you'll see that it's a very vexing one. It's very difficult, but we do have to look at the major variations here. We do have to look at the impact on the area. And most importantly, we do need to take into consideration the views of residents. So on the basis that there are significant variations and the potential impacts there, the alternative options which would result in a better outcome for the development and the community, I will be voting for Councillor Greenaway's resolution, and in the event that it is unsuccessful, I'll be voting against the application. And I stand by my community in doing so. Thank you.
Councillor Sundstrom.
A question, if I may, Madam Mayor. I think that would be appropriate through you to Director Cox. I've received some information that the creek in question on the property is identified as a key fish habitat, and I'm told that as such, any work within the protection zone of such a habitat must be referred to the National Natural Resources Access Regulator. Could you give us some? It's the old Office of Water. Could you give us some commentary on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Sundstrom, I'll start off with it, but I'll defer to Mr Jones for more detail of the application. However, my understanding of that is that may be correct if it was for a integrated development. This is not integrated development in terms of it being being a dwelling, a secondary dwelling. It is exempt from those provisions, but I'll defer to Mr Jones to elaborate further.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, through you to the councillor, Mr Cox is correct. The DA did not cross the boundary of requiring referral for those provisions, so therefore it was not referred to NRA as you're suggesting. It simply wasn't required to be.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard that story about the fish, what have you, in the area, but I will say that the DA ecology reports were vetted by council staff, and that issue was not raised.
Thank you.
Councillor Marquette.
Madam Mayor, what we've got in front of us here is, in my opinion, Exhibit A about why these meetings go to midnight. Particular councillors love every time to bash up whoever wasn't in the briefing. Tonight it was Councillor Best. He wasn't in the briefing. How the hell would he know? This is going to go forever. Then what we've got here is 800 words of God knows what. It could almost be a job description for particular councillors to be on Director Cox's team, because they seem to know more about environment and planning than our council staff do. I just can't understand how we can all sit in a briefing, and I was there for every minute. I think I was one of the first in the room. I didn't see any of this once. So there's two people in this room that seem to know a hell of a lot about it. There's a lot on that screen, and Call me nuts. I'm not going to vote for it, Madam Mayor, because I trust the staff up here more than I trust particular individuals that probably don't know anything about planning. This is the reason why these meetings are going so long. Councillor Holstein, not noticed as a motion, this.
Councillor Burke.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like all this to be referred to the staff that assessed it. This is all news to me. I know I was one of the 6 councillors that went on site. Councillor Greenaway wasn't there. Councillor Greenaway wasn't at the official site with the staff, and when we spoke about it, and you accepted that, Councillor Greenaway.
Sorry, Councillor Burke, I had an Eric meeting.
Sorry.
All right. This DA is compliant. It's permissible. As I said with the other councillors on the site, everything conforms. It's an attached secondary building. It's 100 metres from the closest property. There's a sewer pit on it, and that's larger than required. It's a 1-bedroom, smaller than a granny flat. It conforms in height, bulk, and no shadows. I congratulate the applicant for going through the right procedures to get this.
Aren't you moving a foreshadow, Councillor Burke? Sorry? Aren't you foreshadowing?
Well, now I'm deferring, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, you foreshadowed the original recommendation. So are you withdrawing your foreshadow? You foreshadowed the original motion, so are you now withdrawing your foreshadow of the original? You're not. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry, he's not. Well, let me just... Councillor Greenaway, did you...
Oh, I thought it was going to be time for me to speak and reply.
Well, unless you want to just wait there. It looks like there's a couple of questions.
Yeah, I have a question too, which is just through you, Madam Mayor, to the staff. I just wondered if you could explain why the assessment of this DA was done by the Environment and Compliance Unit rather than the Town Planning Development Assessment Unit. It's quite a complicated DA.
Through you, Madam Mayor, because Councillor Greenaway, because all applications for Class 1 buildings and Class 10 buildings are done by the Environment and Certification Unit.
Any further questions, Councillor?
Council, or is that across the board? I mean, is that a routine way of dealing with them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can't speak for the other, what used to be 152 councils. I think it's 139 now. From my experience in the past, though, yes, building surveyors have traditionally looked after the Class 1 and Class 10 buildings.
Okay.
Councillor McLaughlin?
Just a couple of questions to Director Liz Devlin. That's a fairly strong worded motion, and which says that it doesn't comply and things like that. Yet we've got reports from our staff that actually said it does comply. From your point of view, are we not supposed to put up motions that are illegal? Is there any chance that this motion is illegal and some of those statements aren't correct? Unlawful, not illegal. No.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. You are correct that we are not meant to do anything that would be unlawful for Council to do. I am not across the details of this development application, so I cannot describe whether what that is unlawful.
Okay.
Councillor Vincent?
I've got thanks, Madam Mayor. I've got questions for you to Director Cox, and it's along the similar lines, but I was expressing my, inability to properly track this and understand it, but I've got a council report saying from council staff saying that it should be approved, and then we've had speakers come in and say that it stacks up, and then others say that it doesn't stack up, and then we've got these PowerPoint slides which say that it's non-compliance with critically endangered EECs, it's non-compliant with biodiversity legislation, it's non-compliant with the whole of site rainforest development exclusion zone, and other ones which I won't take up time reading out, but what I'm trying to express is that I've now really just got extreme, and I've got a motion up here on the board which outlines a whole lot of stuff which I'm really not across. And I did hear Councillor Burke say about a deferral so that someone could run a measure over to have a look and give us some feedback. But I'll ask you the question if you can answer this tonight, and if not, if we did defer, to get a measured feedback on my question, how long would that take for it to turn around?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, we could ensure that a response back to council for the deferred matter could be put on the February council meeting agenda.
Okay.
So, councillors, we've had 2 for, 2 against.
So, Madam Mayor, so we've got this is the motion, or this is an amendment?
This is...
Is this an amendment or is this a motion?
This is Councillor Greenaway's motion that she's put up. We've foreshadowed the original motion on the...
So an amendment could be moved, couldn't it?
And
or could we ask the
wants...
mover if she would consider an amendment so that this could be analysed and we could get some feedback on it?
Well, I do think this is a very good example of why we shouldn't be approving this DA, because we do have the staff providing some information, and then we have a consultant with extensive experience in the Land and Environment Court saying other things. So deferring it for further analysis might be one option. What would your motion actually, what would your amendment be?
I wouldn't move an amendment, but I'm just asking as the mover if you would consider deferring this so that the information you provided and what the guest speakers brought in could be double checked and staff could respond with regards to the recommendation that they put forward in the business paper.
Well, I think I would accept a deferral on the basis that each of the matters that have been put in this amendment be addressed. So we can see Council's specific response to those. So instead of referring it, we'd defer it to obtain
an
specific
on what you've put forward.
Yes.
Okay.
And somebody mentioned the fire report, and because it wasn't integrated development, you didn't need it or something. I think that was another thing that was...
That was the APZs, I think, were in question. But the RFA had approved the APZs, but others said that they were illegal.
No, it wasn't that.
So, Councillor, sorry, I'm going to interject because, so now are we moving a motion that we're now deferring? Is that what we're doing? Instead of,
I'm happy
you're debating the actual thing again. So
sorry,
can we just keep on track here? We've done 22 minutes, we've got 8 minutes to go.
I'll accept a deferral on the proviso that the information... that further information be provided to councillors on the following issues, and then just...
So the matter will have to come back to council, Councillor Greenaway. So you're going to defer the whole matter to the next meeting, and what information is going where?
Well, instead of saying it will be refused on those grounds, we're just asking for further information on the grounds that were proposed to refuse.
So you're asking staff to I guess, answer some of those questions?
All of them.
All those questions. No. Well, the PowerPoint slides aren't part of the... They were a member of the public's, weren't they?
They were. Yeah, and those slides, because they've got the photographs and things. All those issues need to be resolved because, I mean, we're not the Land and Environment Court here, so we need to make sure we're acting in the best interests of our community and try to make sure we're fully informed. And we have been, or I have anyway, been receiving copious amounts of documentation, so I'm not sure why people are saying that.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Smith.
I did.
Just in terms of Councillor Greenaway's option to defer, could I just suggest that we consider that defer consideration of the item to allow for an assessment of the following key points? I don't know if you were also mentioning additional points raised by the speakers, but I would think that the points that you've put up on the board are fairly extensive and would allow sort of an assessment of those key points. Is that helpful? Defer consideration of this item to allow assessment of the following key points, and then it just goes through the BAM and the Water Management Act and those various things that have been raised. I would just ask a question of the direct. Well, no, actually, I'm just happy with that. If you're willing to consider that, Councillor Greenaway.
So, okay, Councillor McGregor is the seconder. Are you happy for that? Right. Okay. I'll now put. Beg your pardon? Good question. Councillor Burke, have you withdrawn your foreshadow? Or are you still foreshadowing? No, I've asked you twice. Anyway. So, sorry. Okay, sorry. Just no. So now we've got a foreshadow of the staff recommendation. Thank you. By Councillor Mertens. I'll second that. Okay, Councillor Best, you want to speak?
I just wanted to know if that original amendment went through to staff. Staff have to bat it backward and forward, and once it comes back here, we're all going to agree if the staff say no, those points are not standing for all these reasons, and we're going to go, thank you, Mr Cox, we'll support it and vote for development to go ahead. Are we going to do that? Of course we're not. So we're actually wasting so many people's time, and we're opening the door to the Land and Environment Court when it goes there to look like monkeys.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Best. Okay, Councillor Moran, did you want right to reply to the deferral? No. Did you want right to reply?
Sorry, I thought you were to the deferral. So my amended motion, yes, certainly I do. The community, as I say, has been very vocal in their opposition to this proposal, and as I've said also, that they're concerned about a precedent that it may set, not just in Palmdale but right across the coast. And as we're voted in to represent our community, I think it's imperative that we find out what's accurate, we find out what's the best outcome for the landholders. We find out a lot of information so that we're not just saying, oh yeah, that seems to be right. There might be other opportunities to have the premises in a different location. It might be possible to change the primary dwelling to a second story or put an addition onto that. It shouldn't need to come into the vicinity of the neighbouring landholder and impact on their lifestyle and impact on their business that they're running. They are just living in that community. They have bought in that community, understanding what all the planning regulations are, and they just want to continue to live their life as they have been living. So this proposal is going to impact on the immediate neighbour. It is going to have repercussions for, as I say, for other people in Palmdale. If it was only the immediate neighbour, why were all the other people so involved? There were people from other suburbs who were interested in this. They can see what this can do to the community. So they came tonight to show their support, to make sure that this was refused. So that their community would be protected. And I think if we really are here to support our community, we should defer this for further information and vote for it at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Greenway. I will now put Councillor Greenway, second by Councillor McGregor, the deferral motion. All those in favour of the deferral motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Best, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burt, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Matthews. I did count Councillor Mertens, didn't I? So I think I've got to do, yeah. So the motion is lost. I therefore have a foreshadow, which was the original motion, moved by Councillor Mertens, seconded by Councillor Matthews. All those in favour of the original staff recommendation: Councillor Best, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burt, Councillor Marquette and Councillor Matthews. All those against? Councillor Holstein, Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway. I declared the motion carried. Thank you. Okay, item number 3.6, which is moved by Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I've got an alternate motion. Madam Mayor.
Well, we haven't seen the motion yet. And then I'll...
That's where best is started, isn't it?
No, Councillor Smith started this. Councillor Holstein?
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I dropped that one out as being as... That's right, you are correct. Children.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith, have you got your...
So, Madam Mayor, the motion is up on the screen. I'll just see if I've got a seconder.
Have we got a seconder for Councillor Smith's? Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think from earlier discussions there's been a strong interest from councillors in deferring this matter to allow more time for councillors to I guess dig a bit deeper into the detail of the LEP and the DCP. There were also some matters that have also come up. So firstly, in Part A, it is requesting to get some legal advice with regards to the deferred matters. So there has been a fairly high level of concern with a number of people in the community about the deferred matters being those matters in the former Gosford that have been held back, and staff are indicating that it needs more detailed work and could be another 12 to 18 months before that matter comes back to council. This is causing some concern because there is a compliance issue while those matters remain deferred. And so Part A is to seek some legal advice about those deferred matters going across to what might be considered an equivalent zone as an interim measure until that detailed work is done. Council has also requested a table showing the changes in the consolidated LEP and DCP as compared to the former Gosford and Wyong LEPs. And the last part of that is just to get a bit more information, a written briefing rather than a briefing in person, because I'm not trying to delay this, about the environmental and urban edge review. It does get mentioned quite a bit in conversation with staff. It's a process that began well before the consolidated LEP process. And I think, in my mind, I'd like a bit more clarity about how that urban edge review has combined or fed into the consolidated LEP process. It was well underway before the administrator resolved to do a consolidated LEP, and so it's unclear about what that process has been, and I certainly recall the original commencement of that process, so I would like to see how that has progressed. I did just have one question for the Director, if I may, Madam Mayor, as well.
Yeah, because your speaking time has expired, but
yep,
I'll
that's
allow
why
your
I've gone on to a question. Well, it's not why, I actually did have a question. So one of the things I have asked for a couple of times was a copy of the exhibited LEP and DCP with track changes showing the suggested changes from staff. And I know staff have indicated that that's not possible, but, and I mean this in all sincerity, it's not clear to me why that's not possible. So if the Director could just provide some advice about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, in terms of an LEP or the instrument itself with track changes, there is no draft instrument as we speak, so to put track changes in would be difficult. We have the planning proposal documentation. As staff said at the briefing, it's a process of liaising, should council adopt the LEP, process of liaising with Parliamentary Council in getting a draft planning instrument and word it up. In terms of the draft DCP, a final draft DCP was not developed for tonight because we were waiting upon any changes that were going to be made by the councillors, and that's why we've just listed all the changes in the report.
With that in mind, then, Madam Mayor, through you to the Director, is it possible or does it make sense in that Part B at the end to, in terms of that table, to request that changes with the former Gosford and Wyong LEPs and DCPs, referencing the clauses in the relevant instruments? Does that make sense then? Yep, that's okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you. And if Councillor
McGregor.
Of course he's happy with it. Look, I'll rise to support this. I spoke with great passion and much more detail about it in the briefing, but essentially I think this is one of the most important decisions that we're going to make, particularly at this time of year. If you look at the recommendation, there's 7 dot points, there's several hundred pages worth of reading. This is something where we've been lobbied significantly by people from all sorts of perspectives on these documents, and that's because they are some of the most key, particularly the LEP, key documents for determining the future of our region. So we do need to be able to apply scrutiny on it. We do need to come to a balanced, nuanced position which is weighing up the different perspectives that are put forward to us. And I simply don't believe that over the last 2 weeks that the 15 of us have all sat there and read through this, followed it closely, responded to all the emails, assessed all the information in the report, assessed all the submissions, and have a set position, even a consensus position on this. As I said previously, the nightmare scenario would have been people pulling and changing clauses here and there and trying to whack things out in a half an hour as part of debate at tonight's meeting. That would have been a great disservice to the community, and that's why we do need to defer it. We're being asked to defer it from people from all over the place with all sorts of different perspectives. This is not being hijacked by some green left agenda. It's not being hijacked by some extreme right developer agenda. It's actually both pieces of the puzzle and everyone in between saying, let's sit down and get our heads around it. If you look at the list of speakers, the people that were speaking out against this most strongly were the business owners in the development community. They want certainty. We need to deliver certainty with that. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we have the rolled gold best documents that we can put out there, the best policies which reflect both what the community and the industry want. And I'm not sure that we would have got there through debating this tonight and trying to amend it on the floor on the fly. So I would encourage all of the councillors to defer it, to apply maximum scrutiny and great consideration to this over your holidays. Not like we have anything else to do, but we do need to get this right. So please take the time to do so to respond to the industry and the community's wishes. Thank you.
Councillor Sundstrom.
I'll rise to support Councillor Smith and Councillor McGregor in this motion, and I think that while it's very important, as we have done tonight, to address the issues such as thank you very much to the staff for the great work they've done through the year, and to address where people can park in front of their driveways or cannot park in front of their driveways. This matter is of great, much more importance and will affect not just this generation but generations to come. And I feel that while we as a council tonight will be voicing our objection to the state government for dumping a whole lot of information on us to try to get a recommendation or a comment regarding developments inside the Gosford CBD. If we were to go ahead and accept that we need to make similar decisions as a council body here, based on a very large document, a document that I think needs to be explained in depth to more than just a few of the councillors here tonight. If we were to go down that path, I think that would be deleterious to the benefit of our community. So I support this motion. I look forward to engaging further with members of the community, and I invite them to contact all of us to give us their take on what the LEP should be and how it should affect themselves and their progeny and people that move to this area in decades and centuries to come. So I commend the motion.
There are no other lights on, therefore, Councillor Smith, do you want your right to reply? Or I'll just put the motion. Councillors, I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous, thank you. We're now moving through to item 4.2. Move as is, which is the second by Councillor Holstein. Moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor Holstein. Councillor Best, you have the floor. Sorry, I'm having issues.
Due to the time pressures tonight, I've conferred with Councillor Holstein. I'm happy with it as it is, so if there's no opposition, I'll have it put.
There is no opposition.
Move it be put.
Move it be put. All those in favour, please raise your hand. This is a deferral of the call centre. So,
the recommendation I moved. I've moved the recommendation.
Is it a revise?
I've moved the
Which
recommendation.
is that this council deferred the council referred this report for consideration. This is a referral. Deferral, I mean.
Where's that?
It's an amended report that was sent out.
Oh, I'm moving the recommendation.
No, this is the recommendation.
Well, then I will move. No, because you are moving something that I didn't move. I moved the recommendation that.
So you, Councillor Best, you did move this recommendation, and Councillor Holstein supported
on
you.
On 365, I moved the staff report, which is the legal recommendation in this chamber. No supplementary document will take over this report. It's still in this business paper, and that's the document I'm relying on. You cannot hijack the meeting. That is not democratic.
I'm not hijacking the meeting. Yes, Councillor.
Was on the screen. If Councillor Best was unaware of that, he can quite easily take his name away from that. But then we just need to get on with this tonight. The vote's been taken. We need to move on.
I will not be lectured by someone who's been here for 3 seconds. The recommendation is sitting on 365 and I've moved it. That's my intention, seconded by my seconder here, who has the same intention, and we've moved it. And you called a different one, and I called you when you did it before it was knocked down. So it's not been knocked down.
I will just seek some guidance.
Yes, fine. Well, I will if I have to.
I'll move it a moment.
All right, well, Councillor Best, you can move an amendment.
Well,
so you're going to take your name off this one?
Well, no, I had the call, so I've got the motion.
Yeah, but the motion is to defer according to that.
And he can move an amendment.
Okay.
No, I have the call, and I had the call, and I called the staff recommendation on 365.
This is the recommendation.
So, sorry.
Undo a vote? It was taken.
No, it wasn't taken because I questioned.
Well, to be fair to Councillor Best, I got to a point, and then Councillor Gale was also, her hand wasn't up or down, so I was just waiting, and then that's when Councillor Best went, hang on, that's not the motion.
So I intend
for deferral.
To move
I sought opinion, and the opinion is to let I sought opinion, so Councillor Best can move the motion that's no longer on there. We need that one back up, the original. And Councillor Vincent will move the amended, which is the deferral.
Okay.
Which is the one that's up there that's not up there. Councillors, the amended reports go out for a reason. It takes for you to actually read them.
That's the amendment. We have a seconder.
So I've moved the. Shall I speak to it now?
Yeah, it's all right. So I've got a seconder for the amendment. Okay, right. You can now speak back to your report. Councillor Best.
So this is the motion now, correct?
Well, that's what you moved.
Yes,
So that's
right.
right. You moved that motion.
I have the call. So I've moved the motion. 365. The motion is as written here. One could be forgiven for relying on this hub document to say that Council commenced the tender process for the after-hours call centre service as in Model 2. And what Model 2 is, for those that aren't across it, many in the gallery wouldn't, is that we go to tender for this. Now, councillors want to defer this issue. Again, here we go. Like, let's do something and do nothing, defer everything. You had an original request for a tender. You voted for that back in June. You said, let's go out to tender. Yep, we'll do that. Went out, spent tens of thousands of dollars putting a tender out, and came back in and they said, well, there you go. It's going to save you $1 million, $1 million less if we have a tender for the call services here. If this building's hit by whatever and it disappears and we've got our call centre in here, it goes with it as well. So from a security point of view and good management, outside the building is good to have your call centre. But no, this council goes for a tender, gets the tender back in here, tears the tender up, says no, we're not going to accept it. Then the council says, and this is the credibility of our staff, no, forget the tenders, 2 tenders nationally, no, we don't want to do your business anymore, we asked you for it, but now we don't want to do it. $1 million the difference between doing it in-house and taking it out-of-house for the same result. The staff, Ms Vaughan, has created comprehensive reports to this council. You haven't lied, Julie. What you've put in there is in black and white the rates and the costs for council to do it. I mean, I don't know what part of it you can't read, but it's in there in black and damn white. Julie hasn't made this stuff up. Ms Vaughan hasn't made the stuff up. It is what it is, and it is $1 million the difference. And now you want to bounce around the room for more deferrals, more inaction, and all this will do is, I suppose it's playing into the appropriate hands, you defer it, it'll get back in March, we'll muck around till mid-April, council will go into its recess by August and you'll get nothing done. What's new? That's exactly how it works. But it's costing us a fortune doing it, deferring it. You've already got your reports, you know what they say. They're so thick and they're so comprehensive, but you still want to defer it.
Thanks, Councillor Best, for that. Councillor Best, I know that you work full time, but we did have in the last briefing we did speak to the director, and the director agreed that we could have another briefing in relation to it because it is quite a complex issue and it's not as cut and dry as the $1 million that you're bandying around. So I think, to be fair, that the majority of the councillors in that briefing said that they wanted some more information, and Director Vaughan is giving us an opportunity for that. And I think that's all this. The amendment that Councillor Vincent and Councillor Sundstrom have moved and seconded actually allows more opportunity to be engaged in the process and understanding the complexities around that tender process or the tender itself and what that means. So, Councillor Vincent, did you want to speak to your amendment?
Thanks for that, Madam Mayor. And honestly, Councillor Best has got his cranky pants act on, I think, about sort of messing up on how things have gone. And it's pretty clear he should have gone to the briefing. Either that or he should have gone to Specsavers when he read the motion that was on the screen up there, And you are very accommodating, Madam Mayor. Councillor Eaton never would have tolerated that. It would have been, Councillor Best, we've voted on this, moved on. So you've been very gracious there to Councillor Best, but really, he really needs to get on the mark a bit more. But this is what we need. We need a deferral. We need this to be considered. And this is what was discussed at the briefing with the view of going here. If councillors would come along and participate in that, it'd be much appreciated. Maybe they can make more of an effort in the future.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the amended report was there for all to see. It was what was written on the screen as saying we took a vote on it. I'm not really even sure why we are here now, but you do have the amended report, which has got Julie Vaughan, Sue Lettingham and Lisa Champion's name on it, and this is where this has come from. It's not an ad hoc amendment on the fly, so what a load of crock we had to go through to get here, but we need to follow the staff recommendation on this and not be hypocrites about it, as Councillor Best is being, and we need to have the briefing on it. We need to do it right. They want to give us more information on it. They want to talk through the options. They want to go and give us the information. We need to work with people, not try and use them as a political pawn for our own agenda, Councillor Best.
Councillor McLaughlin.
I just want to... I'll stand and speak against it.
Yeah, sorry, when you're speaking to that microphone, you don't need to keep touching it. Once is enough. Thanks. Keep your hand off it.
Always happy to help. I'm just looking through the report here, and
Stop touching it. Every time you touch it, it actually interferes with the sound system.
I know.
And the recording for the webcast. It really does play havoc.
Cost for 1 year is 1.350 for the first one, or 350 for the second one. Cost over 3 years is 4,050,000 or 1,050,000. What are we deferring? You know, why can't we just make a decision that we can save $1 million in 1 year? And yet we're going to defer on this. I mean, if we can't actually make a decision just to save $1 million, I mean, what are we going to make a decision on?
Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just say, I read through the report, heard the briefings. In fact, the other week when we dealt with this, it was actually put up, the option 2, as an amendment, and was actually moved, and the amendment became the motion. And then one of the councillors who had voted for the amendment then decided didn't want to vote for the motion. So it went down, otherwise we wouldn't be having this discussion. But if you look through the report from the officers, it makes it quite clear. Look at the 2 alternate models that have been put forward. They talk about the benefits of Model 1 and then the risks and the challenges. Benefits 2, risks and challenges 6. Go into Model 2. The benefits, twice as many benefits and half as many risks and challenges. There is opportunity within option 2. The report done by the professional staff says quite clearly, go to option 2. And so the chance was there this evening when the original report that was given out to us, not the amended, because I haven't seen that, doesn't mean I didn't get it, but I didn't see it, I went for the motion. And I advised Councillor Best, we're going back, staff have recommended option 2. Move it, support it. I did, I thought we'd done that the other week. But we lost it because the council didn't understand that when amendment becomes the motion, rightio, and the vote changed. 2 years later. So I don't know what, we'll talk about wasting time, and I will argue with the councillors. Yeah, there's more time to be wasted this evening once you get to notice as a motion. But while we're dealing with these items, we can wait just as much time, I suppose. The motion was, and the officer's professional assessment was for option 2. That I support, and that's why I believe the councillors should support.
Councillor Sundstrom.
As a seconder, look, I'll be supporting this motion. I won't grab the mic. But what I would like to say is that this is a great example of quite a few things to provide this council. We've got councillors here that didn't realise what the motion was. We've got councillors that are arguing the toss about whether or not we should touch the mic or not. And we've also got a situation where the executive and the elected body have communicated and come to an agreement and brought a motion that will, number one, go through with normal ease. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case this time because people that didn't attend the briefing and weren't up to speed with what's going on in a relationship between an executive leadership team and an elected council. So they've stumbled, and I concur with Councillor Councillor Vincent. I was going to say Councillor Vest, that maybe a trip to Specsavers is warranted. So, look, this is an opportunity for the council elected body and for the executive to get together. The recommendation by the executive team is up on the screen in front of you. If you are genuine to say that you think the council staff have done a great job, this is part of the great job that they've done. Stand on your word and support this motion.
Councillor Marquette.
Just a question through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, to Director Vaughan. Again, this evening, talking to colleagues before we came in the meeting, and especially during the last meeting, it was mentioned by 2 or 3 councillors that some came out and said the figures were dead set wrong. The other two thought they were rubbery. Can you tell me the figures that we've got in this report, the $1 million that's noted, I don't expect you to tell me it's 100% right down to the dollar. Are these figures that we've come up with, that our staff have come up with, are they correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Marquette, yes, the figures are correct, but they are probably the main issue that a number of the councillors have sought additional information on via a further briefing. So they relate and are in accordance with the Local Government Act.
Okay, so we can brief till our hair falls out. It'll still be $1 million dearer. So thank you. Correct. Thank you very much.
Councillor Best.
I thought of passing up on it. I mean, really, just some of the antics that have gone on tonight on this issue. Coming at me, the denigration, let's get to Specsavers, you're a hypocrite. I mean, for God's sake, you're running a top-listed 50 company in the country and you treat it like this. We all know what this is about, and it's about trying to generate employment. And as the General Manager of one of the largest employment organisations on the coast, I certainly think that's admirable. But when the people in the gallery realise that you want to spend, I'll make it really clear, as Councillor Marquette tried to, you want to spend $1 million more to get the same service that you currently have by tendering the call centre out, which you currently do, by the way. But you don't want to do that. You want to put the money into jobs. And I said last time, if you're really so wedded to the jobs, which we should be, you could employ 10 new rangers in there. You could employ another 10 planners in there. That's a lot of people doing a lot of things rather than just spinning our wheels. You've been dealing with this tender for almost a year now. You've asked for it, you got it, you tore it up. I mean, Ms Vaughan is going to give you a report in the briefing room. I mean, what director isn't going to say, listen here, clowns, I'm not going to give you a report, you've got my report, and I'm not giving you another one. Career move, not. And they all know that, so they're going to humour you and they're going to go along and do whatever it is you want whilst you waste so much damn time. This is $1 million that this council wants to add to its already $20 million in the red. To those on the podcast, this council is already $20 million in the red and they want to add another $1 million to it. Go figure.
Thanks, Councillor Best. I'm now going to move the amendment as moved by Councillor Vincent. We've had 2 for and 2 against, so I'm going to move. Well, Councillor Greenway, no, sorry. I'm moving the amendment. We've had 2 for and we've had 3 against. Okay, what's your point of order?
Well, there was just allegations earlier that
here we go.
And this is an act of disorder.
Well, I was hearing the point of order.
I'm making a point of order because certain councillors were making disparaging remarks about me as if I didn't understand the motion. I fully accept that it's an idea to go out to tender, but I supported Rebecca Gale Collins' original motion about employment.
Sorry.
So they weren't compatible. So
the point of order is?
That I should be given the opportunity to refute what they've said about me.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Greenway. Can we just move on? I think everybody had a couple of digs at everybody in that 25 minutes. So I am going to put the amendment as moved by Councillor Vincent, seconded by Councillor Sundstrom. It's laughable. Please raise your hands for the deferral. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews. Against, Councillor Best, Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Marquette. The amendment is 1. We will now move the amendment will become the motion. So now we are moving the amendment, which is now the motion, which is to defer it to the briefing as the amended report said. Oh, Councillor Smith, in light of the time, I think, really, it's a deferral. Councillor Smith, no, I'm not. I'm going to just put the motion forward. I don't think it's a deferral. It was an amended report. I'm going to move the motion. No. What clarifications could we've now been doing this for 28 minutes, councillors. We are not going to get through the rest of the business if we just keep going around in circles. This is a deferral. This is all this motion is a deferral. Which any question you've got can be answered in the briefing that we're having. Councillor Vincent.
And
you know what?
can
I know what I feel like doing, and that's not sitting here. So I'm quite happy just to walk. Well, we've... Councillor Greenway, please sit down. I'm trying to make sure that we get to the business at hand. My question is, do we really need to seek... We're having a deferral for a briefing. You will get opportunity in that briefing. Be quiet, Councillor Best. You're not helping in my ear. You're giving me a headache, to be honest. Please, do we really need to ask any more questions? Councillor Best, you've got 1 minute and counting. Go.
Madam Mayor, I'm not doing right of reply here. I'm answering your question that yes, we do. There's been some allegations in this chamber by a councillor about the intent and the motives of some of the other councillors, and Councillor Greenaway and Councillor Smith obviously have something to contribute here. To leave those statements that were made previously by Councillor Best unanswered or
Councillor Vincent, I think you made a couple of statements too.
I think is remiss. So I think this is where democracy should not be squeezed to a clock and to a time table.
Well, under the code
sometimes
of
democracy
meeting,
takes
you've got
time.
30 minutes. You've now expired your 30 minutes. So, Councillor Smith, go ahead. Go over.
You're right, Madam Mayor?
Well,
look, I did just think it was important because the way that this has been portrayed does not represent the discussion that the councillors had at the briefing and the discussion with the staff that the councillors had the briefing. So a number of councillors have stood up and waved around the figure of $1 million. And the reason that this is deferred to get a further report is because the discussion at the briefing with staff was about the flexibility of that arrangement and what that money could be applied to in getting value for that money and how that flexibility could be delivered in an in-house arrangement. I just think, and I know you want to move the meeting on, Madam Mayor, but it is important when you've got media reporting on this and councillors standing up and trying to portray a picture that is not accurate, that it was important to clarify that point about why it is being deferred. Thank you. Yeah.
So, and it's just going to keep going on, isn't it, Councillor Holstein? What now? So here we go.
Got a good question.
Oh, yeah, and 2 seconds ago, Councillor Best, you wanted to put the motion, so now he's got a good question. Thank you. Last question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to the office is a clarification. Of the 539 pages I read in my business paper that was sent out to me, on page 365 was the recommendation that said to commence the tender process, the after-hours call centre noted in Model 2. That then changed. The confusing issue for me was also at the start of this meeting when we were going through what items were going to be extended, what items weren't going to be talked about, we had a set of items that was going to be deferred. Item that we have here was never on that list for deferral at that time, yet so I sure assumed that if there'd been another decision, if the report that I'd got had then changed, yeah, you're holding it up, but it was like the others, it was never raised at the start of this meeting. It should have been raised then when you brought items up for deferral. Why does it happen?
Because
how does the report change?
Because Councillor Holstein, there was an amended report with an amended with a recommendation, so it didn't need to be. It actually had to be deferred.
So, Madam, question for you, Madam Mayor. How does the original report then, through the process, get changed from when the officers put it up originally? So there can, if you miss a report, Councillor, rightio, I stuck with the original paper. It should have been dealt with as you dealt with the other items and brought up at the start of the meeting.
I'll wait my right to reply. I'll move the motion before it.
I will now put the motion. All those in favour of the deferral. That's now the motion. It's no longer an amendment, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, all those against. Councillor Best, Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Marquette. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. So we now have 4.7, which is the Gosford Cultural Precinct, in the name of Councillor Best and Councillor Marquette. Are you moving it as said? 4.7, page number 390. Well, would you like to move it, Councillor Marquette, so we can... I will move it. All right, can you speak to it, Councillor Best?
Yep.
Or would you like to waive that?
I just want to find the page number if you'll indulge us, right. Okay. I'll speak to it. So the recommendation on page 390, item 1 and 2, that I hope hasn't also been changed, asks us, requests the CEO to decline all tenders in relation to the Gosford Cultural Precinct project. So as I understand it, all that we've been engaging in over the last year and a half, year and 3/4 is now going to cease. That's correct, Mr Murphy, isn't it? I want to just qualify.
Well, are you asking a question?
Well, can you give me a yes or no on it? Is that correct?
Mr Murphy.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Best, according to the recommendation that's up on the board, it is relating to all tenders in accordance with Council's previous resolutions.
Right. So what we've got now, councillors, we've got a $20 million in the red deficit. We're looking to add $1 million in the last one, and this one that Councillor McLaughlin and I pleaded with the council to get an independent analysis and good governance around it, which a lot of people say in this room, but they don't seem to be able to deliver it. So what the community might understand, and the podcast tonight I see has conveniently failed, so the community outside can't hear. So for those in the chamber, you might share with your friends on page 390, this actually represents $5 million, just under $5 million to be exact, of consultants and design and pre-design costs over the last year and a half, year and 3/4 that this council, your council, and I see some folk here from the entrance still desperately seeking to get a few shekels to dredge the channel, but here's $5 million that we've spent on planning and designing and consultants, and now we're tearing it up and walking away and none of it will be any use. But to save the day, we're going to go and create a library for who knows, 30, 40, 50, I have no idea how much, but we'll find that out as time progresses. But that's what this means, and this council shall be held accountable for this at the appropriate time. This is $5 million up in flames.
Sorry, Councillor McGregor.
I'll rise to support the...
Well, your light actually wasn't on, so...
If you want to go first, you can go first.
Really, go first, Councillor Marquette.
Madam Mayor, just a really quick question through you first, just to staff. Now this is all coming to a head, this particular way we were going to attack this, when will the general public be able to see this? When will we take a lot of this out of confidential?
Mr Martello, no? I'm saying no. Is anybody... Sorry,
Sorry, Councillor Marquette, could you please repeat the question?
When we will, Director Vaughan, when will we take all the information that is currently in confidential in regards to this item? When will we let the public see the lot of it? When will we take it all out of confidential? What we've spent our $4.5 million on.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Marquette, we have reported on the financials to date. What we haven't been able to report on was in relation to some of the land sales. This report specifically relates to the final tenders that were in existence for the cultural precinct. But what specifically are you wanting to be in?
That's exactly my question. Just so, should this pass right now, can we get a report out from council letting everyone know that lives on the Central Coast exactly how this has come to pass? So in regards to that land, in regards to every item. We all know there's items there in confidential in regards to what went down, how it went down, where money went. So I think
Through you,
I
Madam
really
Mayor,
think
I mean,
that-
if there's a specific request that you're seeking, Councillor Marquette, it may be an addition that you'd like to add to this particular report, seeking a report.
I think I'm asking, can I do that after if this resolution comes to pass? Can that come out of confidential?
This isn't confidential.
This
I
isn't
know
confidential.
that if this passes tonight, can the items that are in confidential come to the light of day?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only issues that were confidential related to the land sales. So the total project was unable to be, publicly disclosed because the land sales that were related to the actual overall precinct project. But the rest of the project, I don't believe, has been kept in confidential.
Okay, yeah, well, I would very much, if Councillor Best would indulge me, I'd very much like to add a point that should this, on the successful voting this particular motion, that Council will look at releasing all confidential items. Oh, there's a whisper. Yeah.
Sorry.
Would you be happy with that, Councillor Best? You finally put those glasses on, mate.
So, not happy? Mr Chief Executive Officer, Mr Murphy, for comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just in relation to item 3, on the face of it, it appears to be self-explanatory, but I think we probably do need to take some advice and go through those items as we would with any request for confidential items, because as Director Vaughan has indicated, most of the confidential items were relating to the sale of land and the commercial in confidence. We probably just need to be careful that there is no residual commercial in confidence items that may prejudice Council's position. I would hope not, but I think just to be so, probably what would be preferable would be that there would be that the Council direct the Chief Executive Officer to review all confidential items and minutes with the view to making them public. So in other words, in line with all good governance principles, all information is public unless there is good reason to withhold it. We don't know what that reason is currently, but I think it'd be prudent to review that. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it really what it does, Mr Murphy, is probably answer the initial question. I think the answer probably is no. At this time, we can't release everything. We can't say that we can release everything confidential. So if that's the best we can do at this time, that's what I was asking. So at least that's starting to create a bit of a pathway towards that. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to move on with that, but I would just say that I think there's been an issue with the process in regards to this item from the very beginning. It's in my ward, but I've voted against it every single time because what it turned into was a library and an RPAC paved in gold. That's not what it was supposed to be at the start. The pin the tail on the donkey, part A, part B, didn't work. It was a vexed process. It's not something I was comfortable with ever because we're dealing with other people's money and eventually you run out of other people's money. Thank you.
Councillor Sundstrom.
A couple of questions, if I may, Madam Mayor. There's been some inferences made about the way this matter has been handled, both by councillors and by the executive. And I've just got a question about the tender process, and without prejudicing any confidential matters, were the tenders put out frivolously or or done so in good faith? through you, Madam Mayor, were the tenders put out frivolously, or were they put out in good faith?
Oh, Mr. CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Sundstrom, in good faith, of course.
Thank you. And the second question, are there other players involved whose actions have led to the need for this housekeeping motion?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Are there other players, meaning other agencies or levels of government, whose actions have contributed to the need for this housekeeping motion at present?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Sundstrom, the particularly item 1 is in relation to previous council resolutions where council resolved not to take any further action. So, and also in response to Councillor Best's earlier question, this is specifically relating to the project director role which was required for the Gosford Cultural Precinct. So with the Gosford Cultural Precinct basically suspended, there is no longer any need for a project director. So therefore, the tenders that were at large, again, it is in keeping with the Local Government Act that it is only the council that can decline tenders under section 55(3). So that is why it has come here. So it is a housekeeping matter in relation to those tenders.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I support the original staff recommendation and I have no problem supporting the additional amendment on the fly from the councillors that moved this bested market. 2 councillors have done more than any other to destroy this project from the start, to talk it down, to try and skewer the staff on it, to elongate it, to add extra dollar figures in there so that they can then go and say that they were fighting waste and mismanagement with it. I look forward to the day, if possible, that this information is made clear to the public. I've been clear to the public and clear to the councillors in this chamber that I have supported the cultural precinct. I do support the library, and I would like to see a performing arts centre or a town hall or some sort of major public building go ahead in Gosford. I think it's essential to the development of Gosford and our region. I also think that the original staff recommendation that those on the top of the screen, their best Marquette voted against, where we had quite an easily achievable, implementable plan that was shovel-ready, to knock that back and then change it around and stuff it up intentionally again is quite revealing. It's very unfortunate that rather than actually deliver for the people of our region, that people have decided to turn this into a political football, to twist it, to use it for their own agenda and to try and destroy the good faith and goodwill and the many jobs and opportunities that could have been created through actually following through with this. I think it's essential that this information, as it can be revealed about what took place behind closed doors, the confidential information that's not regarding commercial in confidence, it does need to come out, because when it does come out, people will see who truly stuffed this up. And you can't really use any other word. It is a little bit blunt, but this has been stuffed up. It hasn't been stuffed up by the project control team. It hasn't been stuffed up by the people of the Central Coast. It's been stuffed up by councillors sitting here playing silly buggers with recommendations and intentionally going out of their way to destroy what could have been an essential piece of infrastructure for our region. So I look forward to the day when it all comes out. Someone really should write a book about it so they don't get sued. It'd be good reading for the people of the Central Coast. We need to get this information out and we need to support the recommendation and vote on it.
Councillor Hogan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to probably Scott Cox. Well, anybody. Does anybody know anything about the promise that the selling of the Gosford Public School was for the cultural centre? That was the trade-off. No, silence.
Silence. Oh, sorry, Director Vaughan.
Yes, it was.
Director Vaughan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hogan, the old school site in Gosford was certainly a site that was identified by the former Gosford Council, but it was also a preferred site for many community members, but it was not able to be secured by the former Gosford Council. That's my understanding.
So is there anything on the horizon at all for culture, performing arts?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hogan, the previous resolution was that we weren't to continue to with the cultural precinct in its current state, but
form,
that Council has equally requested that, one, we proceed and progress the regional library, which a report's been tabled this evening, and two, that we review the business case for the Regional Performing Arts Centre, which staff have commenced.
Great.
Sorry, I'll also add, Councillor Hogan, through you, Madam Mayor, the Regional Cultural Plan has also looked at and considered appropriate cultural infrastructure for the region as well.
Right, thank you. And just the last question, do we own the Broadwater site?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hogan, yes, we do. And the two sites, the two properties next door.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, just a question for the CEO. The Part 3, there was a confidential report, I think in September last year, which was the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. Inadvertently went live, so people do have it. It's out in the arena, but then it went into confidential. So will that be picked up in Part 3 and released as part of that? Okay, thank you.
Councillor, there are no further speakers, so I'll put the motion as moved by do you really want your right of reply?
Councillor Marquette and I have both, without any points of order, been singled out and supposedly blamed. I've been called a hypocrite in the last one. Well, if I'm a hypocrite, then you've got to be delusional, Councillor McGregor. If you want to blame councillors who brought to this chamber on no fewer than 2 occasions notices of motion with Councillor McLaughlin to do a Pricewaterhouse-style Coopers audit and assessment of the project when it was at 125 million. We thought, gee, it's starting to get a little bit north. We just want to watch our risks. We want to protect our staff. We want due diligence on this. It's a big project. We want to get it right. Turns into 150 million. We try again. You're just trying to bring the house down. You're frightening people. It'll never be that much money. And where do we end up with? $171 million. And if you throw a contingency in the back of that of 20%, and don't forget we were told a bit more than that, but 20% contingency on $171 million is $205 million. This project was going north of $200 million and we put a stop on it. We called it for what it was. And then everyone went, oh my God, look what we've done. And we ruined it. Oh my God. Wyong built for $12.5 million that building that sits just out there, the Art House. And I hear some supporters of this initiative, and I am one too. But I'm not going to be saddled with in excess of $200 million to build an art house and a library in Gosford. I just can't bring myself as a Budgie representative to do that. Even though my Budgie colleagues have put their hand up numerous times to support $200 million expenditure in Gosford for an art house and a library, I couldn't bring myself to do it. And I certainly won't tonight. And I've just got to refer to this one. Councillor Sumstrom, it's got to go down as the most precious comment I've ever got. Housekeeping. We're doing some housekeeping tonight, Council. Just a little bit of housekeeping, nothing to see. We're going to ride tenders off for a development that cost us $5 million and we got nothing. $5 million of housekeeping. Well done.
Councillors, I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor Best, Councillor Marquette. Please raise your hand. All those in favour of? Councillor. It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We now have 5.1, which is a deferred item, 2019 election commitments progress update in the name of Councillor Smith. I take it you will move it. Would somebody like to second? Councillor McGregor. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this report was provided at the last meeting and it outlined the election commitments, I think, from both the state and federal. It was a very useful report and I thank the staff for that, but the majority of the election committees were listed as just being in the state budget or being in the federal budget. So these additional parts are really just about getting a bit more information and I suppose creating a bit more of an expectation that those election commitments will be forthcoming. So it requests that the CEO write to the appropriate government representative seeking clarification, including timeframes and procedures, and that the next report that comes to Council does have a bit more detail, including copies of that correspondence the current status and the timeframes and procedures. I suppose just so that we can hold both levels of government to account and ensure that we get that funding for our community. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
I've waived my right.
Thank you. There are no lights on, so therefore I'll put the motion. Oh, sorry, do you want to write a reply? No. I will then put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, besides Greg Best, Councillor Best, who was not in the room. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 8.1, which is the deferred item, notice of motion, the redress scheme. Councillor Hogan, do you have a seconder? No, isn't the Summersby to Erina? That's gone through. It was already... Yeah, it was already put through, that one, as the exception stuff. Yep. So, Councillor Hogan, have you got a seconder for Councillor Mertens? Thank you. Councillor Hogan, you...
Just after that debate. So is someone talking before stop the
No,
clock?
just keep going.
Okay, good. Okay, those that don't know what redress is about, it's about making amends for wrongs that happened in the past. I often hear it in the chamber here. We don't have to worry about the past. That's history. We need to move forward. However, the National Redress Scheme was established for people who experience institutional child sexual abuse. Now, when we think of institutions, we think of children's homes and churches and church groups. We think sexual abuse and righting the wrongs of the past is all to do with churches, and that's what the media wants us to think. However, we are wrong, and in order to move forward, we need to firstly think about institutions differently. Institutions include any governing body who has the care and protection of our children. That is sporting, entertainment, NGOs, clubs, government departments, homes and schools and refuges. The scheme is projected to provide redress to an estimated 60,000 survivors, yet over a year since the scheme commenced, only 1% of this figure has received any compensation. There are 618 applications that have been placed on hold because the relevant institutions have not joined the scheme. There's a whole list of them here who have not joined the scheme. It sounds ludicrous that victims cannot apply for redress or have their matter dealt with when the very institution that caused the sexual abuse has not signed up. That means they can't have compensation and they can't have counselling. That's how our government's played this. So this is a simple notice of motion. I'm asking the CEO to write to Football New South Wales, Swimming Australia and Tennis New South Wales, because they've all been identified by the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse and have not yet joined the scheme. They have not signed up. They haven't even said their intention of signing up. So you will ask, what has this got to do with council? It's got every single thing to do with council. I know we don't have the capacity to oversee every governing body. However, we can ask sporting codes to lead by example.
Sorry, Councillor Hogan, your time.
Join the redress scheme, and that's what this notice of motion is about. It's asking them to join the redress scheme. So we can move forward and protect our children. Thank you.
Councillor Mertens, no. Wave your right. There are no other lights on. Oh, it's Councillor Mertens. Councillor Mertens. Okay. So there are no other lights on. Councillor Hogan. Sorry? You haven't got no lights on? No, thank you. Councillor Hogan, would you like your right of reply? Hang on.
Seeing we're educating people. So these large sporting codes are not participating in taking the redress scheme seriously. Then I question, how can they protect our children going into the future? Are they diligent in ensuring every coach, manager and board member have a working with children check? Do they monitor their people? Do they take action when needed? We can no longer sweep sexual abuse under the proverbial carpet. And so, that's right. How do we do that? It's simply asking the CEO to write to Football New South Wales, Swimming Australia and Tennis New South Wales and encourage these organisations to lead by example. And I'll put this motion to the floor, and for the 618 people that can then apply for some counselling and some compensation. Thank you.
I'll now move the motion as moved by Councillor Hogan and seconded by Councillor Mertens. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We're now moving to item 8.2, and I have declared a significant, so I'm leaving the chamber. So, Madam Deputy Mayor? Who? Yeah, I know. Councillor Holstein's declared anyway.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Best, did you have a motion? So you're moving that way. Councillor Vincent, you're seconding. Councillor Best, are you speaking to that? Maybe we could start the clock now.
Can you start the clock, please?
Thank you, Councillor Best.
You haven't turned the mic on. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been on for ages.
I was waiting for the microphone. You're chairing it. So, councillors, I brought this to the chamber because this has gone on for a very, very long time. You've seen the notice of motion that I moved back in May 13, 2015. And at that time, we were debating the Baddo Bay, Baddo Yard, Julie, that Ms Vaughan championed councillors, and we were all there at the opening. And Doug, Councillor Vincent, voted against it because he didn't think $2 million spent down at Baddo Bay was okay because it was a bee riding expenditure and he wanted it spent up north. But we all agreed that if we did the spend down south, we'd put some significant funds up north. And here, all these years later, we've got the significant funds identified, but what I don't want to see is them possibly disappear into the budget process that we'll be all embarking on soon, and the staff have already got the draft, but we'll get the rest of it in February so that we can argue about a few dollars, and I don't want this money to disappear into that. And being that we're $20 million in the red that I might have mentioned earlier, there's going to be a fairly competitive bid from all councillors from all wards to try and capture funds, and this will be seen to be surplus. I've heard that before. So I do not want to see this money diluted and distilled away because of the land debate that's been going on for a very, very long period of time. So I think that we'll get a full report from the staff. That's what I'm asking for, and once we get those facts on the table, we can all then go forward with it, and hopefully, Mr Murphy, we can get this into the system in line for the budget so that we don't get this in May or something. I want to see this as soon as possible. And I understand that we might not be able to spend all this money at this point, but we really do need to hang on to it. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, did you want to speak as seconder?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Smith. Look, just to set the record straight, Councillor Best said I voted against the skate park at Baddo Bay. Yes, I did. And at that time, my view was that $2.2 million on one skateboard park at Baddo Bay was excessive, and that when we were the Wyong Shire, and we had the A riding and the B riding, that as I say now, that we should have some equity across the wards. And we should have spent, in my view, 1.1 million in Baddo Bay in the B riding, 1.1 million in the A riding. And as I said back then, when you don't get the funds then, you're playing catch up. It's the funds you don't get. And we're still looking at trying to get a reasonable regional park at Lake Munmorah. If we had have got the 1.1 million back then, and Councillor Best had supported me in that area, the Lake Munmorah area, would have been 1.1 million ahead in park facilities. But now, thanks that Councillor Best didn't support it back then, we're still trying to play catch up. And I didn't support the amalgamation, but Councillor Best did support the amalgamation. And the residents in the north said with the amalgamation that we would probably pay the most and the bulk of the capital spend would be down south. And as far as I'm aware from the figures that the staff have provided, that's exactly what's happening. So thanks to Councillor Best for bringing this, but if you hadn't voted for the amalgamation, the north would have been better off. If you had voted to split that 2.2 million for the Baddo Bay skateboard park, the north would have been better off. So it's all a bit too late, coming along now, once again trying to be the white knight on the horse, riding in, saving the day. But I have genuine interest on what's happening with that Munmorah Skate Regional Park. I understand there may be some issues which have made it difficult for staff to progress, issues that we can't obviously talk about in this chamber and Councillor West probably knows about, or may have known about if you had to come to one of the briefings to talk about it and be informed. But I look forward to what the staff can tell us and can update us on the progress of the Munmorah Regional Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor McLaughlin, are you wanting to speak on this?
Declare on this one. I'm very proud to say that my son was in the New South Wales skating team, and I'll declare a significant non-pecuniary interest, and hope this is on the webcast so I can say Luke McLaughlin, New South Wales rider.
So did you say a significant non-pecuniary interest?
No, non-significant, but Luke McLaughlin was in the New South Wales skate team, so I'll declare his father's interest.
All right, thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I don't have any speakers against, so I'll put the motion moved by Councillor Best. No, we don't have any speakers against, Councillor Best, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Best, Councillor Vincent, Sundstrom, Greenaway, McLaughlin, Gale, Pillen, Burke, Marquette and Smith. Those opposed? Abstentions? Councillor Mertens. Carried. Thank you. Bring the Mayor back in.
Councillors, given it's just after 10:15 and the meeting is meant to finish at 10:30, so what I'll do is call for an extension of the meeting now before we start the next item. So, well, what are we moving? Do we want to 11 o'clock? Well, we can't just do till it's finished. We need a number. Sorry. Yeah, 11? Sorry? Yeah. Well, okay, just be mindful that you're asking the staff to stay till 11:30 as well. So, okay, 11:30? Oh, yeah, exactly. Look, I think 11:30, it just means it cannot go beyond 11:30. I'd like to think that we can all get the business done before 11 o'clock. That would be my hope. So 11:30 just gives us that little bit of window of option. What we don't want to do is be deferring more matters to the February meeting, because the February meetings are also quite extensive already as well. So I'll move the motion as moved by myself and second by Councillor Mertens, that we extend the ordinary meeting time to 11:30. And of course, that's not our aim, of course. We do not want to be going to 11:30, but does anybody want to speak against it, I guess? Sorry. Yep. Yep. Okay. All right. Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, I'll speak in favour of it. Anybody's feeling a bit tired and a bit like their mental capacity isn't going to hold out, they're free to leave the chamber.
Councillor Best.
Oh, just going to move 8.3 and get on with it.
Well, we just need to move
Yeah,
this,
I know.
so let's
Yep.
move it. All right, I've heard. We'll just move the motion as moved by myself, second by Councillor Mertens. All those in favour, please raise your hand. So, Councillor Best, Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sudstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale and Councillor Matthews. All those against? Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burt, Councillor Marquette. The motion is carried. Thank you. Item 8.3.
8.3,
Sorry.
I'll move 1 and 2 and I'll change 3 if I may, please. And 3 will now read, if I may, ladies, read in 2 points. It will be that council request. We'll get rid of 3, please. And that council request the CEO to urgently carry out a foreshore clean-up around the entrance boat shed down to the eastern end of Memorial Park, and 4 down to the eastern end of Memorial Park, and 4 would be, we're all getting tired, and 4 would be that council seeks to redirect, if possible, surplus funds from the Brisbane Water dredging program, also any federal or state government funding opportunities that may be available. And the last point, that council request the CEO urgently report on all aspects of this issue for council's consideration. If I had a seconder.
Councillor Pillen, I also want to, I have an amendment as well that I'll be also tabling.
Do you want to addend this so we get home?
I don't know, Councillor Best, but...
Or what is it? And I might accept it.
Well, the staff have got it.
Well,
So, do you want to speak to yours?
well, we're trying to get home, we're trying to work together. If you've got something else, why don't we just share it and get on with the night?
Well, yeah, because I've been out there, so...
Sorry? Oh, I can't hear. Councillor Pillen wants to add to my motion. Please, I'll consider it. Go on.
That another point 6, that we request the CEO continue to pursue all funding options, including the state government's Rescue Our Waterways Fund for long-term funding, solution for the maintenance of the entrance channels.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
happy with
another
that.
point, 7, please. Request that the CEO seek advice and expert opinion from Crown Lands. Staff on the best way to proceed with maintaining long-term sustainable access for boating at the entrance.
Yes, I would accept that if that's okay with my seconder. I thought it was... Oh, it was Councillor Pillen. Okay, sorry.
Is my amendment up there as well? Yeah.
Can we have a look?
Thank you.
Councillor.
So I've actually been out there. I've actually also been in liaison with the staff, and the staff are starting a clean-up process already as we speak. That will be happening. I've also met with Adam Crouch, the member for Terrigal, and we had a conversation. He asked that we write to him to support getting the funding diverted.
Well, we're on the same page. My motion covers the funding because you've got to be careful because the
And also a convener roundtable of experts
Well, I'm happy
and
to add
stakeholders
that.
because that's also important
Happy to add that in if Councillor
that we
Pillen would
listen to
accept
the
it.
community and we take them along
Yep.
with us.
I'm happy to have that point included in the motion if Councillor Pillen is okay with that. And then we can get on with the night. So that point, which is your first point, I think, was it not? The round table?
No, second.
The second point, could you just add that to mine, if you would, please? And we're on agreement there. That just adds. We've got the funding kind of covered in that catch-all in my original motion, state, federal, and as the staff said to us today, that some of the money might not be able to flow. So I've got where possible, if possible. We can't assume the money can come from Brisbane Water. We think it can. So we'll leave that open for the staff to report in February, hopefully. That was the point in that motion.
Roundtable of stakeholders. You've got there Adam Crouch, David Mann. I would request that the 3 ward councillors, yourself and Councillor McLaughlin and myself, be involved in that as well, if that's possible, please, being we are the ward councillor.
I think that's constructive.
Thank you.
So we got that digested.
Councillor Smith.
If we could just scroll down, just a couple of questions, and I think it's sort of common to all versions of the motion so far. Just a couple of questions. In terms of there's a suggestion of reallocating surplus funds from Brisbane Water dredging. Can I just get an understanding of that? It was my understanding that there were a couple of bits of money. There was the emergency dredging money and then there was Saving Our Waterways funding. I thought that the emergency funding money was being used as a priority and then the Rescuing Our Waterways was for the ongoing maintenance of Brisbane Water Channel. Am I correct in that assumption? And what would this motion, or what would that part of this motion do if that's the case?
This motion has if possible in it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding, Councillor Smith, is in terms of the emergency funding, there was 1.25 million. Apparently, the advice we've got back from the state government is that the cost was $1 million, so there's 200,000 surplus. In terms of the maintenance of Brisbane Water Channel, in terms of the funds for that, probably need to defer to Mr. Sikowski if he's aware of what the amount of those are.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm afraid I'm not aware of the Rescuing Our Waterways funding for that project at the moment. I'd have to go and defer to staff on that matter.
Okay. I mean, I think I'm correct in saying that, but yeah, I'm happy to seek some clarification. So if we could just cushion the motion so that it doesn't impact on what the commitment has been made to Brisbane Water. And second question is just in terms of, it says regarding keeping the entrance channel open, is that the objective under the Tuggerah Lakes Estuary Management Plan, to keep it open? I suspect it probably is. I think it's more for a flooding issue, isn't it, rather than navigation as such?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to check the Tuggerah Lakes Estuary Management Plan to see the exact wording within it. The intent that the dredging program has been historically carried out is to just maintain an exchange of water between the lake and the ocean.
So is there some way that we can just get clarification on those points before we sign off on? I'm not trying to delay the motion, but we just need some information about, to be able to make informed decisions about those two aspects.
Well, Madam Mayor, maybe to help, in the earlier part of the motion, I did add into it, we redirect if possible, and that we seek what funds may be available from state and federal. It's not, and talking to Mr. Waskowski earlier, you know, we may not be able to redirect legally. There's that money's there and there. So we're just fishing, sorry for the pun, but we're just fishing to see what the staff can bring back to the proponents of this facility sitting in the gallery, wondering what their future is. So
number 4 doesn't say if possible, so if we could just add it in there somewhere.
Yeah, sure,
that would be
add
good.
it in at this hour of the night. As
oh no, actually
Chris
it is
said.
there, sorry.
I'm getting tired.
Missed it, yep. Sorry, could we just go back up to the beginning and just make sure we're all reading the same motion? Councillor Best, is this still your motion at the moment? Can we put may close rather than will close, unless you're
you can put
dictating?
May. You can put May, but the applicant says that they've got nowhere to go, so we'll put May in.
If we can just scroll down a bit, please.
So I don't think your motion has anything about the round table. Is that put up there? When I had a conversation with the member for Terrigal, he specifically said that we needed to write to him in relation to pursuing the minister. They were his words to me when I made contact with him about this matter.
Put it in.
So I think it needs to go in there.
Put it in, please. 9. And what is it you wish that we write to the...
He asked that we write to him to advise whether we can or may be able to move that money.
Yes, that's a question. I agree with you.
As an interim solution.
Yeah, okay.
Just further clarification, Madam Mayor.
Just got to get that one right. Because I understand the department says no, and he says he thinks he can.
That's correct.
So, whoa.
He wants to be involved in this process.
Yes, so pop that in, whatever the wording needs to be there. So 10 would be that council write to the member for Terrigal. Oh, you got it there? No, we haven't. Oh, you have got it. Good.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I've had it.
Could I just, are we up to clarification on point 7, Councillor Best?
What do you need?
Well, what does it mean maintaining long-term suitable access for boating at the entrance? What does that mean?
I didn't write that. You added it in.
At the moment, and
The council
at the moment, that a lot they can't even get.
Sorry,
boats
Councillor
out.
Pillen, I just can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't either.
You're just questioning about what does it mean to be sustainable access for boating at the entrance. At the moment, we've got the entrance boat shed. Some of their boats they can't even provide
Okay,
tourists
but
with motors. So it's keeping that open for them.
The
to
question
without
is,
the-
what are you talking about when you say boating similar to
I'm
Edelong
not talking
Channel?
about
Edelong
ocean
Channel
liners
has a
coming
ferry
in, Councillor
going
Smith.
through
I'm
it.
talking about fishing boats and those that are currently rented out by the boat shed and others that want to use the boats on. I'm not talking about large vessels, if that's what you mean. I'm not talking about bringing it like Edelong Channel. That's right.
So could I ask Councillor Pillen then that we just adjust the wording that reflects that it's consistent with the previous approved dredging profile, so that we're not through Madam Mayor to Mr Cox, would that define what we're actually talking about? That Part 7 is the best way to proceed with maintaining long-term sustainable access in keeping with the previous approved dredge profile for the entrance channel.
We could live with that.
If that's okay?
Why are you saying that?
I assume that means we're not having ferries going through the entrance channel?
No cruise ships.
Yeah?
No cruise ships.
Yeah.
Yep.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just going to suggest that it need to be in accordance with the current review of environmental factors and the current dredging licence we have.
Yep. So are we able to just tweak that wording to capture that? So
the current dredging licence we have that we'd stated before was on the other side of the bridge. However, given the boat owners of the boat shed were advised by council that the dredging would be done out the front of their premises, as long as we're including that. I don't want to say we're going back to just on the other side of the bridge. I'm talking about what the owners have been promised by council staff. And keeping that access open for the boats that they're trying to rent out in their business, so that at the moment the motors are getting caught up and they are struggling to get boats out into the waterway, which is unacceptable.
So, Councillor Pillen, could I just suggest then something along the lines of CEO seek advice and expert opinion from Crownland staff on the best way to proceed with maintaining long-term sustainable access in line with the previous dredging profile and seeking to address current issues. That might mean that expert advice suggests a variation to address those issues if that's deemed appropriate. Yeah?
Can I just ask a question of Director Cox in relation to the current EPA licence, which expires 2020? Where can we dredge, Director Cox, and has Council ever given any indication that it can dredge outside of its licence?
No, can't. Got a variation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there's been no variation with the existing licence. The current restrictions with the licence, and also Council need to be aware there is conflict between the review of environmental factors and also the licence as well. But one of the key restrictions of the current licence is that dredging needs to be 10 metres away from a jetty or wharf, and it needs to be 15 metres away from a pylon of the bridge, which limits some of the areas where dredging can actually be undertaken.
Okay, Councillor Best, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Look, Madam Mayor, there's some photos that were attached to
So
the motion.
he's allowed to open debate, which is what he's going to do now,
Would that
and
be
then
all right?
there's questions can be asked. Sorry, if we can just, because we actually haven't.
No, we haven't started.
Thank you. I kind of know what I'm doing a bit.
I need the photos before I start. Could I have photos on the end of the motion? Could I make that? Just need photos, 1,000 words. We bring them up. So, councillors, I don't think I'm showing you anything new. We have a series of photos here that Tony and I took the other day. You can just see the absolute bog that's become the channel. Please scroll through those photos, please, if we may, Shane. So, when we scroll, there's an island here at the back of the boats. That's just the beginning of it. So that's all going to come out of the water. People are going aground just here on paddle boards with no draft. So whilst we scroll through those photos, if you would, this is just indicative of the rest of the lake. I'm sorry to break it to you. As a Budgewoi councillor, the Budgewoi channel is beginning to deteriorate significantly. The power station is no longer sucking. The flow is not happening. Sediment's building. The Budgie channel will close. The Toukley Bridge has got markers on it now in the eastern end of it because the siltation's built up to such a point. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, right there where those boats were moored, I used to back a boat in there with a 120 horse on its leg. It was a 6 metre tin. I could back it into 2.5 metres of water while the kids jumped off and got an ice cream. That just doesn't exist. Right there, right in front of that boat, I could back a 6 metre tin with a long leg on it. And I can't look at it. And this is on our watch. We've tried to move this motion many times before, councillors, and we've gone nowhere. And I think the round table that you're suggesting is the way to go, because I'm not going to point the finger and blame every other level of government. We've got to own this damn thing. But the other levels of government have got to come in. And please, staff, Gary, you're the only one left almost, do not, in my view, and I can't direct you individually, it's a matter for council, but please do not ask these people in the gallery to go and change the licence and try and get variations and approvals. Oh, you just go and get those. They can't do it. They're boat people trying to run a little boat shed and do what they do, and we're saying to them, oh, you're going to have to get a variation of the licence. You know, they need help. This thing's going to close. You know, it may close, it will close. That's what they're saying to me. You know, and as I said, this is really the canary in the mine. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the rest of our lake. You know, look, I could go on all night, but we haven't got time. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin, second to the motion.
Thank you. It feels like Groundhog Day. Once again, we're standing up here. In 2017, we actually asked this council to look at its dredging program, both at Edlong and the entrance, and try and get something sorted. And as we're approaching 2020, re-election time, look, something's happening. But as councillors, you know, we can sit here and politically posture whether it's the state government's problem or, you know, who owns it, who doesn't own it, and all that sort of thing. But that doesn't get anywhere, and it's been going round and round for decades now. And I think, as a council, as a major council, a super council now, we actually have the might and power to actually do something ourselves. You know, everyone can say it's a state government problem, but there is a core pillar of our local government is the local economy. And I don't think anyone can argue that our waterways and what it does for our tourism and that sort of thing doesn't, you know, it's part of our, this sort of thing, if we can get this right, if we can actually put some focus and some impetus on the entrance channel, you'll start to see our local economy improve. You can't fix the entrance until you fix the waterways. It's as simple as that. And they're man-made problems, and there's got to be man-made solutions. And so I commend this motion. It's actually built a bit here tonight. There seems to be some forward momentum from a lot of the councillors here to actually try and go forward, which has been refreshing. This is the most positive thing I've seen for the entrance channel in a long time. So therefore, you know, I hope that it'll get up here tonight. I hope that we will support the entrance boat shed. It's not just supporting a business. This is a historic 100-year-old icon, and just on historic building alone, there is some merit for the council here. If it was a historic building in Gosford, in the centre of Gosford, and it was falling down, we'd actually have funds towards fixing it up. And as a historic icon of the entrance, I think as a council we should get in here behind it. So it's good to see that there's extra ideas of bringing in a panel, bringing in some action from other levels of government, which we tried to do some months ago, and you voted that down. It's good to see you're now trying to do something. So I won't say any more. I'll just commend the motion.
Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got some concerns about the way the motion is worded in parts. I fully support the fact that we need to get some action on the entrance channel, the same as this is a question, I'm not speaking to the motion. I fully support dredging to get our waterways open, clear and as accessible as our residents want it to be. But there's a problem with this motion in that it seems to be focused on one business. Now, getting the entrance channel open will benefit the community. It'll benefit many businesses in the entrance. It'll actually benefit communities and businesses at North Entrance and surrounding districts. But if we leave this motion as it is with a seeming focus on the boat shed, as much as I want that business to thrive, people in the future may look back at this and say it stinks as bad as the rack. So that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. Thanks for your support. I want to make sure that there isn't any comeback on the council over this. I want to make sure that we recognise that this is a matter that needs addressing urgently. And I also want to note that it's not just the entrance boat shed that will benefit, so that when we do look back on this, it doesn't look like some kind of stitch up for a particular business. So, Mr. Murphy, through you, Madam Mayor, can you give me some commentary on that? Do you think we're at risk of focusing on one business, even though the benefit will be across the board?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Sundstrom, that's always a consideration when a particular business or entity is mentioned. I think it's probably, as you indicated, there would be some benefits to the rest of the entrance business community as well. We don't know who else may be able to benefit from this. If you would like that to be more generic, then I'd suggest you would speak to the mover of the motion about some amendment there, but on the fly I can't think of how you might be able to do it without removing the reference to the particular business itself.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking for a removal of the reference to the business, but maybe in point one we could go on to mention the benefits to the community, to the other businesses, and the fact that it's just our responsibility to make sure that this waterways, it's a combined responsibility rather for all levels of government to make sure that this waterway is open and clear. Yep, apparently Councillor Smith has got a suggestion that might...
It may not completely address Councillor Sundstrom's concern, and certainly very understanding and sympathetic of the issues experienced in that particular location, but I do suggest that where it might be a problem or an issue in the motion, if the staff could just scroll down, is in the establishment of the round table. It has a range of stakeholders and then the owner of the entrance boat shed. So I'm just wondering if a way to just address the concern that Councillor Sundstrom is expressing is that we have a part that we request the Mayor meet with the owners of the boat shed to clearly identify the issues, and I know you've been there already, but if we could just do that. And then in terms of the round table, that with respect to the owners, does not include them, because that's a more generic or a more solutions focus that is a bit broader than just addressing that particular issue. So I certainly think that I don't think part 1 and 2 do need to be changed, because it's just acknowledging and noting the issue for the boat shed, and that we request the Mayor and CEO do meet with the owners if they haven't already. But then that round table is a little bit more broader in terms of coming up with those broader solutions or considering that funding. Would that assist in some
Sorry.
way?
What I actually wanted to say is that they're stakeholders, so we can remove their name from that, and that's fine. But they're stakeholders, so other stakeholders from the entrance will be invited. If they choose to come, then that is fine. I believe if we remove their individual name, that should suffice that. But they are a stakeholder, and they will be provided with an equal opportunity to attend that stakeholders meeting, as will any other stakeholder in that community.
So is that a one-off
They're not
meeting,
naming, so
Madam Mayor?
remove that.
Yeah. Is that a one-off meeting? It's not a...
It'll just be a
ongoing.
one-off,
Okay.
yeah, a bit of a roundtable so that we can
Yeah.
hear from all the stakeholders in that proximity that that want to talk to us about it, and we want to learn from them, because at the end of the day, we sit here in the ivory tower. They are down there every day, 7 days a week, and they are listening to the people, and they're having to deal with it.
Yeah.
So they are a stakeholder, but grant the name can come out, but they will be invited, as will all the proprietors that use the entrance to be consulted with.
Yes, and I'd just like to add that wasn't my intention of removing people from the boat shed from that round table. I think they have valuable input and should be there. And I agree with Madam Mayor that other interested business or stakeholders could be included if possible. But my concern was that the focus, even to the label that's been put on, the name of the item refers to the boat shed, and I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be seen to be acting solely in the interest of one business, when the actions that we will potentially take will benefit hundreds of businesses and the community wider.
Councillors, I know there's a few of you that want to speak, but are they questions, or I don't believe there's any. Is there anybody in opposition? There you go. I'm going to ask the question. Do we have opposition? Well, the 30 minutes has expired for this item, so we have to do something. So I'm just asking, is there opposition to the motion? Well, I'll allow one of you to speak. So who wants to speak in opposition to the motion? And then well, you're already over the 30 minutes. That's the problem. Councillor Vincent, according to the code of meeting... Councillor Vincent, it's the code of meeting practice. Once this 30 minutes has expired, I'm compelled to put the motion. I'm giving somebody an opportunity if they want to speak against it.
Clarified, because I'm not even sure, is it point 2 or point 3? Yeah, the one that says urgently carry out a foreshore clean-up. I'm not even sure what that is seeking. Yep. And I think Director Cox has gone.
Sorry.
And so I wanted to know, because there was something about the distances and things.
So can I explain? So the commitment in relation to the clean-up is that Mr. Sawinski's team is going to go out and pick up the rubbish that's at the surface, I guess, right on the edge, all the way from Picnic Point all the way up to the entrance, to actually clean that out. Okay. That was the commitment that was given from staff after my meeting with the owners and other businesses along that foreshore, just to clean it up, because there is rubbish in there and it does smell, and I can appreciate tourist season. We really don't want the tourists going down there and having a look over and there's an empty cigarette packet in the water.
No, okay.
That's what we're cleaning up.
I just wasn't sure what they...
That's what we're cleaning up. So there is now, we have now expired the 30 minutes, councillors. I will have to put the motion. That is accordance to the code of meeting. I am compelled to do that. So, hang on, I will ask if I can do that. Councillors, I have had somebody want to put the motion. Well, it's not as simple as an extension, it's suspension of standing orders. You've got to suspend standing orders. And how much longer do you want to deal with it? No, he's not doing it. And the other problem is that we've only got till 11:30 as well.
Is that two extra words in the wordsmithing that was going on where we have the roundtable committee?
What words do you want?
To include
He's gone. No, he's gone. No, they're gone, Councillor Vincent, because it's after 10:30. I think, is he with the department? Yeah. I mean, really, we're not going to be exclusive, so... So the CEO has said that round table, we've got the experts that need to be there, which is the Crown Land staff and all the... That's them. Department of Primary Industries are there. Dippy. And the... Sorry? The EPA? Okay. EPA? Sorry, excuse me, councillors. Councillor Vincent, Dr. Devlin just expressed it. Well, she'll express it. There you go.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, both Crown Land staff, Department of Industry, EPA, OEH are all part of the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment cluster. So I think if you just refer to the DPI cluster, you will get all those agencies you need.
And you'll have a delegate or a representative from
Yes.
those agencies.
Yes. That is exactly what we'll be doing. I will be writing and ringing them individually. That is, you've got my assurance on that one. Can I now put the motion, councillors? Thank you. I will now, sorry? Oh, Councillor Best, come on.
Oh, well, hang on. I mean, listen to questions and more dribble. I just think it's important to let the owners of the boat shed, Tony, who's come here tonight, understand the comfort they would receive from such a professional debate around where to from here. I think it makes us all feel really good that we'll be able to go forward with such harmony and prosperity around fixing up the entrance channel. And maybe tonight is an example as to why the entrance channel is the way it is, and possibly it's an example as to why Tuggerah Lakes are the way they are. Because this has just gone on and gone on. The lake is just a chip with a whole lot of seagulls having a big go at it and no one really achieving very much at all. So I thank you for the... I can't say bastardisation, can I? That's not a word I could say in here. No, I wouldn't say that. I can't say that it's basically a dog's breakfast of emotion, and I've tried to be amenable to every single Tom, Dick and Harry throwing in their 2 bobs of nonsense to just get this thing across the line. But I do hope that the entrance prospers. I do hope that we get that instant clean-up, Gary, that could tidy up as we walk along the boardwalk to Memorial Park and look into the water and you see shopping trolleys and rubbish and bottles and every manner of debris there, which we just seem to walk through life with blinkers on that we don't notice it, right there next to you in the water. Why do we not notice it? It's just mind-numbing what that entrance looks like and what it could look like, as is the rest of the lake. So, councillors, this might be a small step in the right direction, but I feel we're going to all be around the little table there with all the stakeholders and combiaring with Mr Meehan and Mr Crouch and all the other people that we now get on so well, and we'll get such a great outcome. So thanks for a wonderful motion. There you go, Tony.
I will now put the motion as moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. No, Pillen. I thought it was you, Mr. McLaughlin. Sorry. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Oh, Glasnost.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Notice of motion 8.4, which is the end of year thank you to staff. Councillor Best, in your name.
2-minute investment.
Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Councillor McGregor.
2-minute investment. I put this on the other day. There was just some things happening and the staff just went those extra yards to accommodate something that I was trying to achieve, getting some information, getting it quickly for us. And they've got 15 of us, or 14 of us. And it's mainly our councillor services team. No taking away from the amazement of Mr Loader up there and the adventures of Mr Loader and his new portfolio, and Julie here, who never misses a beat and is always there to answer the questions. Thank you, Gary, for the team that you provide to us, and Dr. Liz, who's kind of new to us, but we're all getting along, I suppose, now, as they say. But seriously, Sonia, the team, and Georgina, and Shane Sullivan sitting back there. We don't mention them much by name, but they do a huge job for us in what we're doing. And we're interesting people at the best of times. We're interesting personalities. We wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't that way. We're not that easy to manage, but they do a top job. We don't feel a thing. They get it all their way when they have to. So thank you, ladies. That was all it was. Merry Christmas.
Councillor Pillen.
McGregor, I think it was. No, that one wasn't.
Oh, sorry, mine.
But I'm happy to.
Sorry, it was. It's all right. Guys, okay. Councillor Vincent.
I had a really good comment. It's starting to look a lot like Christmas. You've got Councillor Best moving a motion and Councillor McGregor seconding it.
Oh, thank you. Is that it? Councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, I rise against it.
Don't touch the microphone.
I rise against it. I don't want to actually thank you. I want to actually give you an apology. For the...
Okay, there are no further lights on, so I'll move the motion as moved. Sorry, I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor Best and Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. We now have item 8.6, which is a notice of motion, the Wallara 2 progress report. Moved. Councillor Marquette, do you have a seconder for your motion? Say it, Councillor McGregor. Well done. Councillor Marquette.
Madam Mayor, the intention of this motion is to get some clarification now about where we stand as a council and as a chamber in regards to Wallara 2. I know, obviously, at the start of this council, there's been resolutions that really tried to stop the mine and obviously tried to work with particular groups that were doing the same thing, community groups. I appreciate that. That's the way the vote went. This isn't brought up tonight to try and be a political thing. It's brought up tonight to try and, I'm hoping that we can try and expunge something positive out of this. Like, Madam Mayor, that Labor and Liberal, the two major parties, have got together recently to vote down something in the state tier of government that would have tried to again stop the mine. Around that, there's obviously been commentary from both sides in the papers, in the news. I actually found it refreshing. There's been some notations that are saying, we know, no matter what side of the fence we're on, we know that this thing's going ahead. We know there's a 28-year licence. We know Wallara 2 is going to exist. So what I'm hoping we can do, I'm hoping we can get a report, see where this new information's taken us. Like we learnt last meeting, we've got an arrangement with the existing mines in Delta, 0.035 cents per tonne, I think it was off the top of my head, which is now equated to $48,000.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
It's not a point of order, actually, but if Councillor Marquette, if you're going to refer to Delta issues in here, I'll leave the chamber.
I won't mention them again. My apologies.
It's not a point of order, but if you want to go down that path, I just want to get out of the chamber.
I understand that.
Thank you.
But my point is that there's a body of money there because we've got an arrangement with them. We've sat down, we've been adults, we've said, okay, no worries, this thing exists. What can we do together for the betterment of the community? So $48,000 now flows to the community. So through that outlet. In 4.2 years, we'd be able to recoup the $200,000 we spent at the start of this term. So let's find out right now where we stand. This thing is going ahead. Councillors, I hope we can all just support this and get this through. It's asking for a report of our situation now that this new information from the two major parties in the state tier of government have come to pass. Thank you.
Look, I'll be brief. I don't need to prostrate myself before the coal mine industry. Yeah, I know you want an amendment, and I'm going to be willing to accept it. I just want to say this first.
Well, he's allowed
You have to actually wait till you have to call Councillor Greenaway. Apologies for being abrupt. Look, we need to just get on with this in terms of getting the information. We have other important issues that we need to deal with tonight. It's not about any other further thing outside of this motion other than getting more information. I think it's about time we did get more information about the potential mine going through. I haven't changed my position. I'm still in favour of water, not coal, and I still support the original position that I had. It's not about doing that. All it's about doing is getting some more information. So I thank Councillor Marquette for bringing something that isn't inflammatory and with a secondary subsidiary purpose. It's just about getting more information and a report, clearly.
Councillor Greenaway.
Madam Mayor, just wanted to seek an amendment if I could. Just in relation to the report, given that we're heading possibly towards water restrictions, I wondered if the report could specifically address the impact of, I think it's about a 40% increase that we'll need of water to meet the water allocations of this licence. So if the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion would be happy to include something, I can change the wording to suit, but it's specifically address the impact. You don't have to say of the 40% increase, of the water allocation, including groundwater and surface water and cumulative seepage. Because we are just heading into water restrictions and people are thinking they can make a difference by saving a few buckets of water, but we're actually talking about massive amounts of water that this mine could be taking. And it's water security is on the topic on the business papers, so it's a topical issue.
Councillor Marquette.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, and Councillor Greenaway, I can't accept that because I think it's doing the opposite of what I'm trying to do. It's politicising this issue again. So this has already been bashed around the ears from left, right and centre by independent bodies, scientific bodies, and they've said this thing is okay. They've said this, it's been through the state parliament. It's going ahead. No matter what we say about groundwater and that conversation's gone. I'm trying to find out what's left of the ruins, no matter what you think. So I would have voted for the mine together. I'm happy to accept that. Others didn't want the mine, and that's fine. But what we need to do, it is going ahead. We need to realise that, Madam Mayor, and I'm hoping tonight we can just be adult, not add any of this silly stuff, and just get a report so we can get the best possible outcome for the people of the Central Coast.
That's precisely my point, Councillor Marquette. If it is going to be going ahead, we need to understand what the implications are for our water supply. So I guess Councillor Marquette has said he won't add it.
No, I won't accept
the choice you've got is to...
amendment, please.
So you'll move an amendment?
Yep, leave 1 and 2 as is, and I'll just add the bit about specifically address.
So we'll need somebody to now second that. So you're going to second her amendment, Councillor Greenaway's amendment. So are you withdrawing your original support? No.
Well, I second the amendment, and then we have to see where that goes, if that becomes a motion or not.
All right. Okay. Sorry.
Amendment, moved by Councillor Greenaway and Councillor McGregor. I am just a little bit concerned that the community might misconstrue this as a change in Council's position on the mine. So I would just request that there be a part 3 that says that Council reaffirm its opposition to the Wallaroo 2 coal mine. And I just wonder if Councillor Greenaway will accept that
I
as
would,
seconder.
Sure.
And I would just like to reinforce that this mine is bad news for the Central Coast for a whole range of reasons, not the least of which is some of the recent reports of potential pollution identified in the Sydney drinking water catchment by mines. And so the risk is too great. Both the former Gosford and Wyong Council opposed this mine for the risks that it posed. This council opposes this mine for the risks that it poses. And I don't want the community to misinterpret the intent of this motion in any way. I know Councillor Marquette thinks it's a fait accompli, but I think the way the economy is turning, the warnings that are coming out from senior economic institutions about stranded assets could change the whole picture. So thank you for accepting that amendment. Sorry? Oh, no, I'm just happy with that. Yep. Yeah.
Councillor McLaughlin?
No, it's regarding the previous motion. I just want a clarification of the $200,000 that we spent that Councillor Marquette mentioned in his speech. Wasn't that confidential? Or?
So you're asking a question, Mr. CEO? The amount that we gave.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor McLaughlin, I can't recall whether the amount was made public or not, but I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pillay.
Amendment, sorry, as well, that's okay. Can I just ask for an amendment?
Sorry, what are you doing?
Can I add another point, an amendment to see if it be considered, please?
On to whose? So you've got Councillor Marquette's motion, or you've got Councillor Greenaway's motion? So are you adding a point?
Okay, I'll add to Councillor Marquette's, please, that the CEO reports back to Council with an itemised report by March of how the $200,000 provided by Council to assist in legal proceedings was spent, please. Thank you, Councillor.
Can I ask a question of the CEO? How is that possible? Because we didn't spend the money. So is that possible to get a report?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
No.
The agency to which Council provided the funding has been requested previously to provide an acquittal, so we could provide that information and seek further information from that organisation. But you are correct, it was not Council who spent those funds, it was provided to another organisation.
Okay. Councillor Burke. Sorry? Councillor Burke. Sorry, Councillor Greenway's got a point of order.
I thought when we're talking about the amendment, he's discussing his support of.
Well, he can actually get up and speak to anything. So as long as they get up and say.
I just went to one of the great regional councils, and they have coal mines there. They said to them, they've got a thriving economy, which I hope won't be in the future. I said, what would happen if the mines closed?
Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I had expected my amendment to have been accepted, so I'm a bit surprised I'm needing to talk to it. The Wallara 2 mine has been approved at certain levels, but it is still being opposed at certain levels. So there is no absolute guarantee that it will go ahead. But given that we've got a motion coming up at 9.2, water security emergency, and it talks about level 2 water restrictions and saving millions of litres. We're talking way more than millions of litres with this mine. So when we're asking for an update, we need to also understand what impact this mine is going to have on our water resources, which are already being stretched to the limit just by normal usage by the community. We've been briefed about this, and we've been told that our community is really on board with saving water. Through the millennial drought, they went and upgraded all their appliances in their home. They're very water wise. It's actually hard to get that margin now because they are already saving quite a lot of water. But you add a mine to our water supply catchment, what are we going to be telling them to do then? Cut their usage from 150 litres to 10? I mean, this is why we need to address this, and this is why we need to be aware of what the impact of our water allocation, of their water allocation will be. We are about to, hopefully, reaffirming our opposition to this mine, and I think anybody who has worn the Water Not Coal t-shirt really has a better appreciation of the impact of what a mine like this can do to a community.
Councillor Sundstrom.
I just wanted to go back to the point about whether the 200,000 was confidential or not. It's already in the public domain. It was reported in the newspapers 2 days after the motion was carried. So, Dr. Google can help you from time to time, and in this case, he's let us know that that matter is in the public domain.
Councillors, before I continue with the long list of speakers, we've got 15 minutes for 5 items. So I'm asking that we put this motion, really. So, sorry, I'm having trouble reading it because I've got a really bad headache that's now affecting my vision. So can you just bring it down? Sorry. So we now need to deal with the amendment as moved by Councillor Greenway, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway, Councillor McLaughlin's got his hand up, halfway, Councillor Matthews. All those against, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette, and I note that Councillor Best is out of the room, so therefore the amendment is carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. Can you? Yes, you can. Yes. I now put the motion as moved by Councillor Marquette. Did you? It's now your motion. So the amendment was carried, so the amendment becomes the motion, which is moved by Councillor Greenaway, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Matthews. All those against, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette. I declared the motion carried. Thank you. 8 you can come back in. 8.7, notice of motion, domestic and family violence. I know it's in the name of Hogan and Councillor Gale. Councillor Hogan, did you want to speak to the motion? You can wave your right. Can't even find you.
For 30 seconds, I actually wanted to just put this through by exception. However, now Rebecca wants to amend it. I just wanted to say I brought this motion to the chamber to keep the cause of domestic violence alive, being that none of the councillors were invited to the entrance and all the other activities that were going on the coast, and to make sure that we don't do that again, and that we have a lead role around the table when we're organising some of these white ribbon events, and also not to get confused between the White Ribbon organisation and White Ribbon itself, because the organisation is actually folded. But I hand it over to Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If Councillor Hogan would accept an amendment, the amendment that I'd like to put forward, just adding a point, which would be point 6, is just that council apply, bracket, or partner with stakeholders, bracket, for the federal government Safer Places grant under the National Plan to Reduce Violence Against Women and Their Children 2010 to 2022, and its 4th action plan to provide new or expanded emergency accommodation for victims on the Central Coast by the closing date of the 14th of February 2020, which is why it was important to get this one up tonight. Councillor Hogan, do you accept point 6? It's just for the grant within the time period.
Just the wording's wrong. I can't. There's no point telling me I can't see it. Completely cannot see that word. So we just have to fix up the wording. Director of Governance.
I've sent it through to council support already.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Director of Community. Oh.
Yeah, can I speak to this? I don't think it's council's core business to provide direct services. I also don't believe that. I believe we have a place to play around the table, but in terms of accommodation for people, Julie Vaughan, do you think that we've got a place to play in that funding arrangement?
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Gale did speak to me about this, and hence why I recommended the additional wording of or partner for similar reasons, that it's not our core business or role, and we don't currently provide the key services of emergency accommodation. But Councillor Gale was more familiar with the actual funding program and explained that many local governments are eligible and have been successful. So I think it's valid to partner, but I tend to agree we're probably not the main provider.
Great. Thank you. Ms Vaughan, I accept your amendment, Rebecca.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. So I'll talk to that if that's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise on behalf of victims of domestic violence and I stand in solidarity with survivors. I'd like to acknowledge and thank our CEO, Gary Murphy, Director Vaughan, Director Dr Devlin and our ELT team for all their efforts around domestic violence. In fact, to have a chance of surviving violence in the home, domestic violence victims need physical distance and they need financial resources. Now, I can't help each victim out financially as they attempt to transition to being a survivor, but I'm hoping today that we as a board can direct our operational team to invest in creating more safer places for victims to have the required physical distance to end the cycle of domestic violence. I must acknowledge the good work the federal government has undertaken regarding prevention measures in the $340 million national plan to reduce violence against women and their children, 2010 to 2022. Knowing your home is not a safe place because of domestic violence has to be one of the most unfair and cruel realisations any human can experience. For the women on the Central Coast currently in violent relationships, can I encourage you to start organising a safety exit strategy? Empower yourself by reaching out to domestic violence units, police, counsellors, friends and family. An ADVO, AVO or undertakings with the local court may not save your life, but it does provide strong grounds, conditions, stipulations on acceptable and unacceptable behaviours from perpetrators. The focus too must continue to remain on the perpetrators with early intervention programs for them to identify criminal and unacceptable behaviour. One perpetrator and their criminal activity will have a ripple effect on every person living in the home. Often victims and survivors are unable to contribute to the workforce to the best of their ability due to the controlling and criminal behaviour of perpetrators, such as stalking, intimidation or death threats. This represents a huge economical loss for Australians. The Australian Bureau of Statistics Personal Safety Survey 2016 revealed 1 in 4 Australian women had experienced violence by an intimate partner. According to Australia's National Research Organisation for Women's Safety, the majority of people in New South Wales, 73%, are aware that violence against women is common. We need to better understand any correlation between domestic violence perpetrators and substance abuse and mental illness. For perpetrators that do suffer from mental illness, can I encourage you to take responsibility and seek mental health plan and the appropriate counselling or psychological treatments to assist you and resisting domestic violence criminal behaviours.
Sorry, Councillor Gale, your time has...
I support the motion.
Okay.
Thank you. The Morrison government has injected $5.2 billion into mental health. You Can Talk campaign, including Beyond Blue, Every Mind, Headspace, Lifeline, Reach Out, Are You OK, Sane Australia, Roses in the Ocean, Black Dog Institute, and a number of others. The only shame is when victims and survivors are silenced and the criminal behaviour of perpetrators continue with the domestic violence cycle unbroken. Support the motion.
Councillor Best.
Madam Mayor, I thought about this on the agenda and I wondered really should I or could I contribute. But I think in this small hour that we're in right now, it would be very remiss if I didn't recognise Councillor Hogan and Councillor Gale as true civic leaders in bringing such a sensitive issue to the room with so much understanding from where we all are in life. And we've all had friends that have had to take this journey, and it's so hard to give advice. We're not professional, we're friends and we love people, and sometimes our advice is not all that good. But what Beck was outlining there is how society almost imprisons people into that environment by virtue of nowhere to go, no safe place to be. And I think, my wife and I talk about this quite a bit, with some of our friends, and just where does that young lady or that woman, that wife, that senior partner, because it happens at all ages and all times, and mental health's a big part of it, as you touched on. It's not an excuse, but it certainly is a big part of it. And, I often think if I were more financially capable, I would have built a boarding house, and I would have given it over to this purpose. And I would love to think one day that might come to pass, but I need a few G's to do that. But this is a terrible issue. We have 220 young people employed under my stewardship at Group Training, and I meet every single one of them, and the majority are young men. And whilst I'm their employer, and we have lots of employment boundaries, Greg often steps over them and just reminds them that there are a whole lot of other things that make you a tradesman, and it's not just how you can, swing a hammer or how you can cut a bit of wood. It's how you cut it with the people that you're telling that you love and how you work with them. And little boys just need to understand that if it's not what they want, if it's not the way they think they need it to be, it doesn't mean they have to raise their hands to resolve it. And that's the message we've got to get in from kindergarten. We try and get it into a 30-something, you're banging your head against the wall. It's got to get in kindy, and we've got to push that forward. Because we've had this chat in this chamber for a very long time, Leslie, you know that. We've done this back in Wyong for a decade and a half now, and we're still back where we are, not knocking the efforts that are put in, but it's pretty frustrating. It goes right back to that education, but I don't know where you go with it, but thank you for putting it up. I genuinely mean that. Well done. Thank you.
Councillor Sundstrom.
I'm going to jump up and contradict myself, but hopefully people will understand why. I support the motion wholeheartedly, but when strong women bring a good motion like this to the council, or when strong women make good decisions and take strong action like we're seeing here tonight, they don't do it because of a desire to have approval from men. They don't need men's approval for this type of thing to be seen to be the correct thing. And if it didn't mean we'd lose quorum, I was going to suggest that all the men leave the room when this matter gets voted on. Thank you. I'm not saying you're going anywhere.
Councillor Hogan, there's no lights on, so give you a right of reply.
Yeah, just quickly, Madam Mayor. I just want to throw some stats around because within this chamber we talk about expenditure over and over again, and we talk about people. And does anyone know the population of Australia at the moment? What is it? About 26 still, is it? Oh, 25.26 million, and at present we have 2.2 million Australians experiencing physical or sexual violence from a current or previous partner. That's phenomenal. And these stats are mind-blowing. And action about violence against women and their children costs the Australian economy, and this will absolutely blow your mind when we're talking about money. So we've got to remember, where do we put our dollars? It actually costs the economy $13.6 billion. That's a lot of money that can go into a lot of other services and infrastructure. And why is that so? Because domestic violence, yes, it's physical, yes, it's sexual, and yes, it's emotional. And it's the emotional stuff that's very subtle. And it's subtle within families, it's subtle within institutions, it's subtle within organisations. Survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence, they're brave, they are people, and they live amongst us and deserve to be heard and to be provided the help they need. And at the end of a very long night, I put this to the floor. Thank you.
Councillors, I will now move the motion as put by Councillor Hogan and second by Councillor Gale. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, it's now 11:30. So we are... Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Do we have any... Okay, ask a question.
No, I'll make comment. I think it's more comment. Look, I'm not against what Councillor McGregor's seeking to do. In fact, I've supported the Tuggeranong pathway for a very long time. It's been quite a journey. But what I have some concerns over is that we've got some pathways up the north, Mannering Park in one of them. I was talking to them this afternoon. And they've been very patient on the waiting list trying to get stuff done. You know that, Councillor Hogan. A long time they've worked so hard, and we have a finite budget. It's 20 million in the red, so it's going to be competitive. And Councillor McGregor, you know, I can't criticise what you're doing. It's just the process that's going on here, where we've all got wards, we've all got constituents that are battling to try and get us to deliver some runs for them, and we just put a resolution in the chamber like this, gobble up the resources, and it's not a competing exercise that we normally do when we sit in the budget process. This is kind of, I think, it's circumventing the budget process in many ways. And I'd love to bring in, maybe with Councillor Hogan, the shared pathway that we want to have up there at Mannering Park, and it's about $2 million that we're going to need from the three levels of government, and I would like to see that go into the budget. But I'll do that in February, March, most probably, but to do it here tonight, I think you might have a bit of a go at me as jumping the queue because I'm pushing for the Barra up north. So I just think we could all dream up a project in all of our wards that we would like to do that could fast-track its way into the budget process. That's my observation. It's a criticism, but it's also, I recognise why he did it, and I would do it if I could get away with it as well.
Councillor Smith.
To Councillor McGregor, I was just wondering if he'd consider just a relatively minor change in Part 4, where it says delivery of the park, instead of be discussed and finalised, to be considered at the February workshop. And the reason being is I'm just loath, the way it's written almost commits council to funding it. I'm just a little bit cautious when we don't know what the dollar amount is, let alone any of the details. So I'm happy for that preliminary work to be done, for it to be considered, and then for it to actually be considered at that February workshop with a view to making it happen, whether it's this budget or over a number of budgets. Councillor McGregor?
Over 2 years ago, this chamber was willing to vote in favour for allocating nearly $3 million to this pathway, and then now all of a sudden we've got problems about putting in a local park. The whole way with this motion and with this project, I've worked quite closely
with the community and with Director Bolgoff and Director Cox. Both of them were approached prior to this being put up. Neither of them had any issue with it, with the way it was written, and there's an email confirming that, which I'm happy to show you. I believe the way it's written allows for this to come to the February budgetary planning process. I'd be very disappointed if it was excluded, given it's now going back 5 years when this was originally going to happen. We do need to actually deliver this properly for our community. I don't see a big change between discussed and finalised or considered. It would be unfortunate were you not to vote for the motion because I don't accept your amendment, but I believe that the staff are across the details. We deliver over 20 paths every year. They already have the plans, they have the models. It's just a matter of doing the community consultation and getting the budget allocated for it at the appropriate time, which will come up in our February budgetary planning session. So I do not accept the amendment, but I hope that my explanation convinces you to support the resolution anyway.
That you're asking us to commit to in the budget?
I'm not asking for an amount. I'm asking staff to provide the relevant information for us to make an informed decision on it.
So you understand that the decision may be that we choose not to fund it?
I can see plenty of people who want to shoot this down because I've put it up, but I think it's much more important that we just get to February and have the discussion. And I think you'll see that the point there about having the grants, we've already received grants for the Tuggerong Pathway project. This is part of it. There are state and federal grants which are available for it, which has been elucidated by staff previously, and it has the support of the local, state and federal member as well as the state and federal government. So,
can I just ask a point of clarification of the staff? And I don't know, it's unfortunate that we're having this conversation, but under our Code of Meeting Practice, if a motion requires the expenditure of funds, doesn't it require a report to come back to Council? So is this in keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice at the moment?
So Mr. Sear.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess it, as you pointed out, Councillor Smith, it rests on the wording in relation to discussed and finalised at the upcoming February budgetary planning session. And I guess whether at that session any decisions are going to be made about expenditure. I guess if the proposed motion was to commit council to carrying out the project without including it in the operational plan, then I think you're correct that it would require a consideration of what that budget impact would be. But I think what Councillor McGregor's intention is that it be included as part of the considerations of the budget along with everything else. Whether, to use Councillor Best's words, whether it's getting a jump on the others, I guess is a matter for Council.
Councillor Vincent, do you have a question?
For the last, 2.5 years, we've talked about pathways at Terrigal, we've talked about walkways, $4 million walkways, and all we're looking at here is to continue a pathway and have a park at Tuggerong. And anything north of, the entrance or Tuggerah is a bonus at this end of town. Like, of course, we wouldn't mind just having a slippery dip, in the Budgewoi ward. That'd be fantastic. But I find it difficult when we've seen all this stuff go down south and you're actually getting something in up what I would call, the old Wyong Shire area, and it's coming under so much scrutiny. But I support this motion.
Councillor Hogan.
Yeah, I rise to speak to the motion. And look, I'm really indecisive about that because there is a process and there's the planning, and I have asked for the 30-year-old playground at San Remo to be replaced for way before council. That would be at least 15 years. I get the same reply back, no, no, no. So that's a 30-year-old piece of equipment where the swings are this high, no one can get on them. So if that's a no, and if I have to leverage off my own organisation to get a new playground at Budgie because that's a no too, to be able to get infrastructure because I'm not getting it through the operational plan, and if I have to beg and beg and beg for a lousy $300,000 to $500,000 for 300 residents to go on a pathway so they can actually access the doctor in the shops, morally and ethically I find this really hard to support. However, I will support it because it is one of my colleagues, and yes, they need, but I think I'm with Jane here. We need to look at considerations is another word. There are many places on the north. Budgie is one of our tourist destinations. However, it doesn't have a park. It has one across the bridge, but it doesn't have one in the central. Did anyone notice that for 30 years? Did anyone ask for one? I'm sure they did. And the answer's no. So, yeah, but it's not council paying for it. It's through state government and it's through the community. It's actually not a piece of infrastructure that council has built. And so I am very much about processes. I am very much about this is how I like to see things happen and that it's fair and equitable.
Thanks, Councillor Hogan. Your time has expired.
We go back to what Councillor Vincent says about rates and what's fair and equitable. I just want to make sure it is. And I want to make sure that we get our fair share in our
Thank you.
ward done.
Councillors, I'm going to put this motion.
The same motion but with consider, because I don't want to see it fall over completely, but just in case it doesn't get up.
Sorry, what's your foreshadow?
Just the same motion but replace the words with consider, just in the circumstance that it might not get up. I don't know whether it will or not.
Sorry. Yep.
Very quickly, just the reason why in point 2 it talks about the options around toilets, a water station, shade cover, barbecue, play equipment and car parking is because that will determine how much money is actually going to go through to this, and we won't know till we go to that February budget planning, whether the staff have a plan for a local district or a regional park or whether they have plans or capacity to put those things in. So those things, including the pre-existing plans, will come through. So it's not about subverting the process, it's just about working out what's possible there and making sure that we are discussing this in February.
Okay, so we'll put the motion as moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Greenaway. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway. All those against? Oh, sorry, did I miss one? Sorry, can we? I'll redo that. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin. All those against? Councillor Best, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burt, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Matthews. Therefore, the motion is lost. Same motion? Yep. So, second by Councillor Greenaway. I don't think we need to speak to it. All those in favour of Councillor Smith, Councillor Best, Councillor Smith, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, are you up or down? You're up. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Greenaway. It's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, it's now 1:45. Time has expired, so therefore we will need to defer the following items. Well, where she stands is that it was refused. But it would stay, I understand that. So you need to move another procedural motion. But how much longer? I mean, you've wasted an hour. So are you going to wrap, where are you at? Well, I'm in your hands. I'm in your hands. Somebody give me a time. How much longer? I mean, how much? Well, all right, 15 minutes. So all those in favour of 15 minutes, please raise your hand. All those people against? We'll declare it lost. So therefore we're going 15 minutes. So we're not bumping, we're just going in order. So the next one is, which I've now cannot see, can't see a thing. That's okay. Where have I? No, I can't see it. Over here. 8.10, which is, yep. So Councillor Greenaway, it's your motion, but Councillor Marquette started. So where are we at? Who's moving it? Okay, well, you didn't originally want it, so you're moving it? Yeah, well, it wasn't, so you're moving it? Right, Councillor Greenaway, you're moving it, and seconded by Councillor McGregor. Councillor Greenaway, you've got the floor.
There was a media release saying that the Warrnambool Airport review was going to take place, and at the bottom of that it said, following acceptance from Council to partner with the New South Wales Government Council and the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment will meet to discuss the terms of reference and the appointment of a reviewer. So this very short motion is just giving councillors an opportunity to make any submission they may wish to make to the staff, so when they have those meetings they have got a broad range of views from various councillors if they so choose to make one. It is no means obligatory, but if someone wants to make a comment to the staff to take forward to that meeting or those meetings, this is the opportunity. That's all this is.
Councillor McGregor is seconder to that? Okay, Councillor Pilliman?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Best?
Yes, through you to Gary. Item 1 on this motion is that staff include any submissions made by councillors in the discussion. An individual, I can't see you, Gary. An individual councillor has no authority at all. It's only the collegiate that makes it work. This is saying that council, the staff, are going to forward our personal views, not ratified by council, on that could very well be construed as council views because they've come from council, and that concerns me somewhat, knowing some of the views in this room. So, Gary, how would we not either have that happen or the perception of that happen if we were to support this resolution?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as you would be aware, councillors, we quite often get asked to comment on various things that the state government might be consulting on. Quite often we ask you for your views, and it's not done by a council resolution. We just coordinate those comments and provide a submission. I think what Councillor Greenaway is intending here is that if individual councils are interested, they provide us with their advice and input so that we can provide those through any discussions, and we can make it absolutely clear that it was councillor so-and-so or a particular member of council who has put forward that view, and it is not a view of the entire council because it hasn't been made by resolution.
I'll make comment to it. I hear you, Dr. Liz, but I don't quite subscribe to that position. I hear what you hear, but it's not my belief in it. If we send something under cover of council, then it's deemed to be something that's come from this chamber. Look, I know what this is, and I know what it's going to try and inject into the debate, and it is the same obsessed. I think what's the term at 10 to 12? It's the obsession with the airport, the rabid views that the airport is something other than an aviation hub, and there'll be certain individuals that will be pushed forward here on this to try and see if they can have a little bit more representation around this issue. We all know their views, as I've said before. We know the players in all the corners' views, my view, but we don't know the view of the community, and that's been something with this airport for a very, very long time. And I have brought into this chamber historically the most number of rescission motions you might recall on any subject nationally, and that's this issue, the airport. And the council has chosen, here it is, it wants to consult it, wants to go out and it wants to review the Act, and it wants to include people, it wants to get reviewers, it just wants to get a whole lot of people. They could be members of a particular association, who knows who they're going to be, but well, I think I get a fairly good guess as to who we're going to be trying to put up to this. And where will it go? Well, I don't know. I mean, we can't even get a statistically valid survey, Madam Mayor, from someone like Micromex for 25 grand, but we can do $1 million on the call centre. We can't get the master plan exhibited, but we're going to consult on the terms of reference. This is fantastic. I mean, touching, but I know what the real agenda of it is.
Councillor Marquette.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I rise to speak against this as well, which is why I started in the first place. There's nothing even trying to hide within this. It's just another bash around the chops of the airport. Except that I think the funny thing is, I spoke to a couple of individuals today that know this pretty well, and I believe that the sycophantic individuals that hate the airport, that just want this thing gone, don't realise that should this be successful, what it's going to do is quite the opposite. They're trying to get all the information, to sponge all the information on the airport so they can spit it around here like bits of acid. That's just, and they can just drive the airport into the ground. Let's get rid of this thing. Let's let it grow over. But what this is going to do is this is going to make the state government that does not have to allow the council to be involved in this process in any fashion. They don't have to tell the council. They don't have to tell this chamber anything. What this will do will drive them to the point where they say, listen, guys, we've had enough. We'll do the review. Forget about it. So this is going to have the opposite effect. It's another attack on the airport. It's another attack on aviation on the Central Coast. And it's not even going to achieve what these people wanted to achieve. So either way, I'll vote against this, of course, on the sense of reason. But no matter what happens tonight, they're not going to get their wish.
Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not quite sure where they get their obvious bias from, but the motion says any submissions made by councillors. I don't know where they're getting their views from. If you want to make a submission, make a submission. It's not corralling any particular type of submission. It's got no bias on it at all. It just says if anyone wants to make a submission, they can, and if the staff would please include them. Yet we somehow get this deranged commentary from Councillor Marquette that, well, that's what you were just saying, these sycophants and all these other things.
Well, we're going to waste time. Good, because you won't get to your rescission.
He's a big greenie, remember?
Anyway,
He's one of those green left extremists in bed.
It's really quite... I guess my point is it's open for anybody to make a submission if they so choose. So I'm just unsure why this argy-bargy's happening, why it's perceived a particular way. It's clearly unbiased. You didn't say, well, how about we just change the wording and take this out or take that out. We're just asking if you've got a view, let the staff know. Oh, we'll put that in a submission, Councillor Marquette. I don't have anything further to say other than if you don't want to make a submission, don't make one.
Councillor Vincent.
I support I support this motion. If the conspirator theorists, have flipped out and there's the grassy knoll over down near the airport there, and they're all that worried about people asking some questions, then I'd like the questions asked even more. So I support this. Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin.
I think in this late, I know it's late, but I'd like to move an amendment in the interest of transparency that we actually exhibit the
Sorry,
master
Councillor
plan.
Greenwood, what's your point of order? Sit down, Councillor.
I've already given my right of reply.
No, it wasn't. You were just.
Well, I spoke initially. Why did I get to speak twice then? I spoke initially, then...
Because you originally started asking a question. Because you did ask a question initially.
No,
so I just let you speak.
spoke briefly on it, saying what the foundation of the whole thing was, and then so I get to speak 3 times, right?
Yep, you get to speak again. Well, Councillor McLaughlin's almost... Well...
I'll move an amendment.
Sorry, Councillor McLaughlin. Well, it's not my fault that people around here, that the chamber's not been very cooperative in relation to this. Councillor McLaughlin wants to move an amendment.
Yes.
Go, Councillor McLaughlin, have a go.
I don't speak very often. Can we move? If we're going to,
Please, can you just? Really, you are running out of time. Is it a legitimate?
I move that if Councillor McLaughlin wants to put his hand on it, he should be allowed
Councillor
to.
Vincent, enough. You're running out of time. Councillor McLaughlin. Move your amendment, Councillor McLaughlin, please. I turned it on. He keeps turning it off.
That council instruct the CEO, request the CEO to exhibit the airport master plan and the public findings and the public submissions be included in reference to the War Act review.
I don't accept the amendment, by the way.
Seconded.
Oh, gee.
Bruce, you're going to speak to it now.
So you're going to foreshadow it then?
Yes, I foreshadow.
Oh, it was an amendment, wasn't it?
It was an amendment. So
you're amending.
Do we vote on it or do we?
Well, so Councillor Greenway is not. Are you accepting the amendment? No, she's not.
I'd like to speak to it as a seconder, please.
Well, she's not accepting it.
No. Okay. But he's not amending the motion. He's moving an amendment to the motion. He's not amending the motion. It's a separate.
You
motion.
wanted to move a separate motion.
Yes,
An
yeah,
amendment.
that's yeah.
He's not addending the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So Bruce can start.
All right.
4 minutes to do 2 more.
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
Well, speak.
Quick.
Why do you want to do that?
Now look, everyone talks about transparency, and we talk about giving on access to submissions and things like that. Why don't we just let the public have their say on this whole thing right from the get-go? You've never done that, and here you got a chance here under review to once again allow the public have their say. I don't need a Micromex survey, and let the public just put it out there and make the $450,000 go to work instead of sitting in a drawer. That's it.
I'm just going to go to the Director of Governance, who actually would like to just make a statement.
So I just wonder if we can clarify your motion slightly, because the War Act review is a current thing that the state government is planning to do. So it's at their terms of reference and at their discretion how they conduct the War Act review. I appreciate there has been a previous master plan and previous reviews of the War Act, so I think you might be referring to those as opposed to this current War Act review.
The master plan I'm referring to is the one we've got sitting in the drawer that costs $450,000.
That's right, and so it's not related to the current War Act review, so we just might need to clarify
And point of
that.
order, if I could too, it's not sitting in a drawer, it is on our website. Anyone can read it if they want to. When you talk about transparency, that's when you say, oh, this document can't be released to the public, or this is so redacted they can't possibly make head nor tail of it.
Councillor Greenway, that's not a point of order.
Well,
It's a speech.
Sorry.
rubbish.
You get a right to reply, Councillor Greenway. Okay, so that's what you're leaving up there?
Oh, unless there's some wording that Liz would like to add to it.
I would love to speak, but if I waive my right...
No, I'm not asking you to waive your right. I think Dr...
No, but I'm happy to waive it because Councillor Pell needs to get
won't
that thing up, whatever it's called. So if I waive, will you guys do it, or are you going to bang on?
No, Dr. Liz
No,
Devlin would like to make a comment, further comment.
So I think to clarify, that the council requests the CEO to exhibit the airport master plan and the public submissions regarding the previous War Act review, if they're available.
I think
There are no public submissions, so through you, Madam Mayor, there are no public submissions. This process is at the discretion of the state government.
Oh, well, can we ask the state government?
It hasn't even started the process. They're at the beginning of the process. This is why Councillor Greenway put up a motion, so that we could be a part of it.
We'll just do.
Councillor Best, you can speak to that.
Well, I'm just mindful that there is a DA that needs to get dealt with, that's all.
It's now midnight.
Look, that's my chestnut on there. That is what we need to do. We need to go to the public eventually, and we need to do it. This nonsense, it's not in the drawer. It's never been put out, and we all know it's never been put out on formal exhibition so that the staff can get back submissions and discuss it properly. Yes, it's on the web, and yes, it's out, but it's not formally been done, so we can't gauge what the community view is. And you all know that, and the reason that it's the way it is, because in this room it's terrified of what the real answer will be about the airport. And the real answer will be the vast majority of people think an airport hub that will create employment is a good thing. And it's the driver of the WES which you're trying to activate, but you've cut its throat.
Thank you, Councillor Best. So I will now move the amendment. Moved by Councillor McLaughlin, second by Councillor Best. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette. All those against? Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway and Councillor Matthews. The amendment is lost. I will now move the motion as moved by Councillor Greenaway, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Matthews. All those against? Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette and Councillor Best. The motion is carried. Councillors, it's midnight. We're now going to have to defer the two motions that you wanted to get through. We can't.
Madam Mayor, I will withdraw 9.1 and consider my options in the new year. So I withdraw 9.1 with the consent of my seconders. Thank you. I wish to withdraw it. Thank you. I mean, yeah, the last one, the water one.
So
I withdraw 9.2. Apology. I withdraw it. Yep. Okay.
Clock, you all said you needed 15 minutes. You exhausted your 15 minutes just wobbling on with stuff that didn't need to be wobbled on with. So therefore, you got leniency of 5 minutes. So, Councillor Pillen, talk to your motion. Sorry, Councillor Best. I didn't actually use the words closed. No, you said, Councillor Best, that you would withdraw and defer. I didn't say the meeting was closed. You're just wasting more time. I'm either going to close it or I'm going to hear this last motion. So.
If the meeting's closing, I'll withdraw. If the meeting's not closing, I'm leaving my motion live.
Well, your motion can stay live, but we've got, well, I'll only be dealing, we've got, sorry? The first one, 9.1. I will, councillors, I think I've been pretty lenient all night, and every one of you have at most times just kept rabbiting on and really not getting to the point. These were the two motions that you wanted to get done in 15 minutes and you just couldn't even do it. So I don't know how much longer that we should be expecting staff. Tomorrow we've got catastrophic issues with the fires. We've got staff members here that will need to be dealing with fires. Julie, myself, we've been dealing with it all weekend, and I just can't believe that we're getting to midnight and we're still going on. I will allow 9.1, you've got 3 minutes, and then it's being called. Councillor Pillen, why?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So you got 5, so I'll put an extension of 5 minutes. Second, all those in favour of 5 minutes? All those against? 5 minutes from right now. So we've already exhausted 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I've called this rescission motion tonight was at the previous meeting, Councillor Sundstrom put up an amendment or requested an amendment to change this to 9 months instead of 12 months, which at the time I declined. I was then contacted by the owner. She wished to request that I rescind this motion, and she would be happy to agree to the 9 months, which I said to her, if you were doing that we would look at reducing it back to 90 days instead of the 120 days for 12 months. I contacted Councillor Sundstrom to support this rescission motion, given this was his suggestion, and the owner has been put through many different hoops that she's had to jump through, and this is another one that she agreed to. He declined to, unfortunately, to sign off on this with me, but I've been supported by others. We're here tonight. Councillor Gregor said, you know, we're here to support.
So, Councillor Pillen, you're meant to be talking to your rescission.
Yep.
You're now talking to the motion. So why should we rescind the previous motion?
The owner has come in tonight. She has now said she will change this to 20 days over 4 months. Surely that is a reasonable ask. From 120 days, she has now gone to 120 days. If any councillor wants to put their hand up and oppose that, then I ask, what are we in here supporting? We're here to support tourism and small business, and she is now asking for 20 days over 4 months. That's the main request, why I'm rescinding it, and this was based on amendments.
Councillor Pillen, your time has expired. Councillor Marquette, a seconder to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Councillor Pillen has said, it was 20 days. I think this is a jump through hoops. She's done everything she possibly can. She's tried to meet everyone in the middle originally, and now she's met them at the other side. 20 days, that's what we're talking about. We heard from the speakers tonight.
You're actually got to speak to the rescission. Why should it be rescinded?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. Speakers we heard tonight, Madam Mayor. We should rescind it, Madam Mayor. We heard from Mr. Spears, and he's. I can appreciate that.
Sorry, you're talking to the motion. You need to talk to the rescission. Why should it be rescinded?
There's a fresh information I heard tonight from speakers. So Mr. Spears spoke tonight. I've never heard him speak before. Mr. Green spoke tonight. I've never heard him speak before, Madam Mayor. So these are the people that have an obvious issue. I feel for them. They don't want the Airbnb there. I can appreciate that. There was one across the road when I already moved in my home 5 years ago. If it had been coming tomorrow, I might have the same concerns.
So but again, you keep speaking to the motion.
Because Mr. Spears and Mr. Green were worried about it. So I'm talking about this thing should be rescinded because the owner is doing a backflip and will go to 20 days.
Right, thank you. That's why. So really, that's where you should cut off, because then you're getting into the motion again.
I'm getting into the speakers we had tonight. Surely you can speak about the speakers we had about the rescission motion. So Mr. Green noted that it's the full house capacity Airbnb should not be allowed, but if you go onto Airbnb, I've never even stayed in one. There's heaps of them in Nora Head. There's even one in Cliff Street that he mentioned he had to move to. So he could have moved to Cliff Street. There may have been one there. The point is, we can't control every Airbnb, but we need to look at them closely. We've done that. The owner's now come back and said she'll do a meek 20 days. We can't stop someone from making a quid, guys, over 20 days. Let's see sense. Let's let this thing go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you. I rise against this rescission pardon me, motion. I have spoken to the residents at length over at Soldiers Point Road, and I'm of the belief that they are certainly telling the truth about what's been going on there. One night they had 20 Chinese people partying up to 3 o'clock in the morning. Of course, when...
Sorry, Councillor Hogan, you need to speak to why you don't want it rescinded.
Why I don't want it rescinded? Because it's been rescinded based on what Jeff Sumstrom said about the 9 months and 120 days. However, under the state legislation, it's 120 days regardless, so that would mean still 120 parties within the 9 months rather than 12 months. Also, what I heard today was that she's happy to have 4 months and 20 days, and that is really because she's booked it out. She's already got the bookings, which means people have already paid deposits, and that's not good for business if she has to turn around and tell these people on Christmas that I'm sorry, I don't have a place for you. I don't believe, from what I've heard also, that she can keep by the letter of the law that's been put in place for her in terms of times, because she's demonstrated time and time again that she can't keep that. I absolutely oppose this rescission motion, and it's not just based on business and tourism, because I'm questioning in terms of Norah Head, where would you go? You'd be staying in your house because really there's nowhere to go.
Thank you.
So tourism doesn't cut it for me. Business, there's one person, however it's impacting on 33 lives within that street, and I fully support the residents of the area that bought that place with 1,100 people there. It's not Avoca, it's not Terrigal, it is what it is, and they should have a peaceful life. So thank you.
Councillors, we have about 1 minute to actually deal with the rescission. So, Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, I rise to oppose this rescission motion. We've dealt with this matter in the chamber previously. We've spoken at briefings and we've had discussions on the telephone between councillors discussing the rescission motion. My name's been mentioned a couple of times tonight in relation to this matter. I just want to put on the record that I've never supported this this B&B going ahead in the Airbnb going ahead in the fashion that's proposed. However, I did throw up suggestions in the fear that the motion was going to get up in an attempt to minimise any harm or discomfort for the residents. I don't support the motion. I explained to Councillor why I suggested those amendments, and I feel she's misrepresenting me here tonight.
Right,
I don't support the rescission.
Councillors, there's been 2 for, 2 against. I'm actually going to put the motion for rescission. All those in favour of this... Sorry. You've actually over time, Councillor.
I would actually
hope
that anyone that puts up an amendment is willing to back it up and stand by it, and not to put up and waste the owner's time, staff's time, councillors' time and the residents' time. If you're prepared to say, will you come to 9 minutes, don't give the owner false hopes that that's what she's now going to come tonight at 9 months. She asked for a rescission believing that your 9 months would be accepted. It is a complete waste of time, and she's now come to 20 days and you still won't even come at it. It's an absolute joke.
Councillors, I will now put the motion for rescission as moved by Councillor Pillen, seconded by, sorry, it's totally gone. Sorry, Councillor Marquette. All those in favour of the rescission motion, please raise your hand. Councillor, you're voting for the rescission. Councillor Smith, Councillor Gale, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette. All those, Councillor McLaughlin. All those against? Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenway and Councillor Matthews. The motion is lost. Thank you. Sorry? So can we hold your motion will be deferred to February? Do we have to move on? No, we don't need to move that way. Thank you. We don't need to move that it will be deferred. I've just conferred with the... So therefore we will declare the meeting closed at 12:12. Thank you.